Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Sweep Out stream? No, welcome to Dailies Hangout stream, where we're going to be playing Bard, featuring me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Sorry about the delay. I had a call that suddenly appeared and it took, I had to delay it both because I was still in the call when the stream should have started, and also I didn't get to have anything to eat because I had the call. So, unfortunately, sorry about the delay. With that said, we're going to be going at least 3 hours as usual. We're going to be doing exactly what we normally do. I'll just hang out for longer, which it's a really good chance I would have done that anyway. With that said, hey Ymir, hey Gazel, hey Siren, hey Ham, hey Annie, Annie? Hey Rust, hey Yaradel, hey Philippe, hey Traverse, hey Matoro, hey Tristan, and hey Girahim. Hope you're all doing very well. Yeah. Hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well as well. As usual, we will be doing all of the dailies. Hey Saf, hope you're doing well. We're doing all the dailies except main scenario, guild hests, mentor and frontline, and then we will do P12, just because there's the weekly lockout on the knife. And then we'll do Thalea. And that's it. That's as we always do it. Hey Catch, glad to see you. You just woke up in time. Oh, so me being 1 hour late actually ended up being good for someone at least. Net gain, maybe some people. You know what? Let's say it as a win, right? Anyway, we have the most well-brushed grass in the lavender beds, as you can see. With that said, I will be playing Bard for these dailies, which, as we all know, I am extremely good at Bard. So, what I'm getting at is that if you have felt afraid of picking up Bard or trying Bard because maybe you make a lot of mistakes with it, maybe you don't, then if it's any consolation, you'll see me probably not playing it perfectly as we do some dailies. Even grass needs some cleaning from time to time. You know, what if it was is it like synthetic grass? You know, like fake grass that you don't need to cut because it's not real? It could get dusty if you just leave it there. Right then. So, if you would like to join me for expert roulette, come over to me. Oh, we almost have 2 entire groups. We're like 1 person short from having 2 groups. Now this is difficult. I have to just pick 3. And see, there's a tank already there. The DPS already there, and there's a heal already there. Then I'll take the other 3 for the second, for the level 90. Is that alright? I'll write down your names, so I make sure I get you 3. But you could make a group 2. I think Gazel is about to make a group 2. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well. I will of course wait for them to get out of their run as well. You just failed. You failed on Ultima in Ultima Weapon. Wait, is it Extreme? I guess it... Wait, is it Extreme or just MSQ Roulette? Speedrun to see who beats Expert first. Well, we got a little bit of a sneak head start here, so we'll have to give the others like a minute or something of leeway. Oh, whoops. It's a long time since I've had to do AoE rotation on Bard. Ah! I should have used Mage's Ballad sooner. Run! I can't make that. No. No chance. You used pellets and you're already a better ranged player than half the player base. I actually feel like whenever I've been ranged physical, I'm incredibly terrible about actually remembering to use it. But hopefully I'll be better today. I used I used Army's Paeon here because like early so that I can get everything lined up. Well, not early, but unnecessarily maybe, so that it lines up better when the burst comes up in a moment. I feel like we just have a group of like a full team of players going, well, I'm not used to playing this job. We have a tank who's like, I don't usually play Gunbreaker. We have healer going, I should probably have remembered to use my Cardion a little earlier. Like I feel like this is like the perfect demonstration of like just a group of people that like are really good at the game, but are really like playing off spec. Maybe not. But it would be funny, wouldn't it? Hey, Bronto, hope you're doing well. Uh-oh, I just realized that I have messed up my songs this early. Just, like, I messed it up by, like, 3 seconds. Like, 1 GZE. I just have to stick to Mage's Ballad a little longer. I've also had my dots off for a while. Hopefully I'll get better later in the stream. You just watch and see. Called the showcase for how you don't need to be optimal in normal content. That's true. You know, I'll stay here. Uh-oh. Oh, you're all in the safe spot. Yeah, Peloton is excellent. Like, if I'm traversing around the city, I'll either be playing Ninja if I can't be bothered to use Peloton, because they have a built-in 10% movement speed increase. Otherwise, I'm usually playing... like, otherwise I'll switch to a ranged physical if I'm running a bit, so that I can use Peloton. Oh, so that's nice, Liv. Peloton casts are clean.
Hurry, Golbez. The city is already overrun.
I think I normally switch to Dancer if I'm trying to, like, rush through the city as a ranged physical. The reason for that is that you can use Anavang on top of using Peloton. And that works. It worked pretty well.
They knew we were elsewhere.
They knew we were elsewhere. Oh, whoops. Should have used Shadow Bite there, I think. I think I know what went wrong before. What went wrong is that I used Mage's Ballad, but then I decided to use to end Army's Pan early. Brown Tom asked my opinion on Bard. I'm not very good at Bard, so I feel like I'm not the best person to ask on the subject. I feel like what they're going for with Bard is, in a way, exactly what I would expect a Bard to do. Its rotation is rather chaotic, a little bit like freestyling, like a weird song or something, like just, you know, going off on your lute or whatever you play on. And it has this like sequence with music that I feel like also works. It is very chaotic, and there are some things that might be like that could be done better. Like a particular thing that I know that a lot of Bard mains have asked for is, can you remove the damage on the 3 songs that you have? Can you remove that so we can just cast it with no target, please? So that we can keep the rhythm of our song. Which, honestly, I feel like that's perfectly fair, because the fact that your song like loses its rhythm because there's nothing to attack is a completely valid argument based on what I was just saying about how the job felt like it very much matched with what you'd expect of a Bard. Not a fan of the 100 damage. See, the thing is that it's not actually a problem with the damage. I think what people would really want is not necessarily that it doesn't do damage. They just want...
We've no time to lose.
I think what they'd want is more like... a little bit how Nascent Flash on Warrior, that one used to be like, back in the day, Raw Intuition was just just damage reduction. But you needed a target to use Nascent Flash, so there was a time period where Warrior would be amazingly good at soloing content if only they could access their self-healing when they were alone. Then they made it so that Nascent Flash could be used with no target, and then they made it so that and then they just reworked it so that Raw Intuition is also healing. So like they removed the problem. But like basically I think what those Bard mains are saying is, can we have it so that we don't need to have a target to keep our song rolling? Which I think is would be a huge upgrade, because that is one of the things that makes the job so confusing in a dungeon context, for example. Like right now, I'm not using a song so that I can make sure that everything actually lines up when all the mobs are there. I also have a limit break that I'll have to use in a moment. Yeah, beyond that, I think that the only thing that I think that Bard really needs is like more of this, right? I'm bad at it, but I think that it is very good. Like that it's fulfilling what you'd want to see from this job. Don't you worry about it, BSR. I'm also like just all over the place. Ether to fortify my blades.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not.
Oop. Just going to snapshot that arcane circle there.
Such savagery ill suits you.
Yeah, I do feel like, based on what I've heard, that Bard is like a weird like sleeper job in terms of like difficulty, that often other jobs just overshadow it by being quote unquote even harder. But Bard is really, really hard.
See how you fare now.
Oh, my dots dropped. Bam, 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 bam. And my Apex arrow is completely ruined. Oh well. Tom says Bard is hard, yet it's the shortest opener. It's weird. That is weird. I haven't actually considered that. I don't feel like Bard's opener is short, because its opener includes like 3 burst shots, and then it has to use Iron Jaws, which kind of like artificially extends its opener to be longer than it really is.
My friend.
Or that it is longer than you'd think, I should say. pretty fast. But yeah, as I said, I'm not very good at Bard. So, personally, I feel like I'm not the best to judge that. But sometimes there's nothing like, say, Dragoon or most casters even. Well, the Bard opener is still at least 20 seconds long. Dragoon's opener is... well, Lance Charge comes out after the second GCD, right? So that would mean that it would be 25... around 22, 25 seconds long. Not only bards. Liv says, how much of a potency difference is refreshing dots under buffs again? It's complicated because it depends on how many buffs we're talking about, how soon you reapply your dots, and so on. And you would have to like actually to know exactly how much. I think the B team was faster. We waited like 30 seconds at most. I'm pretty sure we got like a minute on them. But like with the Bard, like out of the box, with your own buffs, Raging Strikes, Radiant Finale is 2% in the opener specifically, and Battle Voice, which is worth 5%. We're talking around 20, 24, 23, 24% or something like that. Damage gain or damage boost in that time frame. So that means that if you're reapplying your dots, then like the real benefit here is actually partly in the fact that you're going to reapply them a little bit later anyway. Like you're going to reapply about half of your dots, but if you have other raid buffs, it becomes a lot more significant. Like a well-structured group emphasizing maximum damage buffs can provide like a 40% damage bonus to the raid, or at least to some individuals, because there are some personal buffs included, like an Astrologian's card, for example. And you can add most of that on top of what the Bard is having. So if the Bard is having like 24, 25% on their own, then you multiply that like a 40% on top of that, and then we're talking like over 60% more damage. And if that's the case, then like as long as you reapplied the dots where at least a third of the dot had ticked out, that's mostly worth it. But yeah, it is complicated exactly how much it is. That is also why, like, if you're playing casually, you don't have to worry that much about like making sure you reapply as your buffs are running out. That is very nice, Catch. Philippe says, quick question, is it a problem if I switch Dragon Sight with Battle Litany in the opener? A little bit. Let's see, what kind of opener are we dealing with? I don't know how much it has changed, but the best I can do is refer to the one that I remember, right? Let's see, this is the opener that I've taught and mainly use. So the important part here you can see is that you go 1, 2, double buffs, 3 buff. The part of the reason why we do this is because Lance Charge and Dragon Sight lasts 20 seconds, where Battle Litany only lasts 15. Which means that when you do it this way, Lance Charge and Dragon Sight will cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe. Whereas Battle Litany will cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And I'm like pointing out into the ether here because there are some GCDs that are just like obvious, like the next thing you do after this is step 4 and then step 5 of your combo. So if you flip these two, then you'll have Lance Charge and Dragon Sight like ending at different timings and Battle Litany ending awkwardly early. So you would want to do Dragon Sight alongside Lance Charge. Uzo says, no way I'm double weaving Dragon Sight, I have to pick a player. No, you don't. You just use a macro. You can use this one. And you just make sure you've picked someone and put your focus target on it beforehand. Then you just mash it. You can also use this one. And just park your mouse on them. You can also use... do we have that one? You can also use this one. Although you might want to change the number order here, because otherwise you're probably giving it to the tank. Don't want to do that. A really weird order that I've suggested is 5, 6... Oh wait, 6, 7, 8, because that's the 3 other DPS in the default sorting. Then 4, because that's the other DPS in a dungeon. And then, like, just go through the numbers you haven't covered yet, like 2, 3 for the tanks, and then grab the healers after that. It's a little hard if I'm playing on a controller. Well, I'm just saying that... let's see... Grabbing the people that I was supposed to go with. Naomi? Oh, there you are. So, I have a focus target macro. So if I want to give it to Naomi, right? I don't know how much you can hear my mouse clicks, but I'm pretty sure you can hear my keyboard clicking. So maybe I'll try and do that to make it really clear. So I go 1, 2, double buff, 3, 1 more buff, right? Like that's the real part. That's the part that matters, right? So I'll focus target Naomi, and I go 1, 2. There you go. Just have to mash it a little bit. So that would be my recommendation if you like if you're finding it hard to weave it properly. I've also been perfectly fine targeting someone and using Dragon Sight. You remember that after you use Lance Charge, it takes like half a second before you actually have to use Dragon Sight due to animation locking, and then after that you have around half a second to switch back to the target again. If you're on controller, that's a lot harder, but that's where macros come in. And yeah, that's also something you could do, Bronto. Like, if you don't want to get the... Like, if you use a macro like this one, with the default party layout, which is... where's that? Here. Tank, healer, DPS. Then you would have to have it, like, sorted in a super specific way. But if you go in here and just switch it to be like this, so it's DPS, tank, healer, then this order is fine, because the default role, like job order, is like the melee DPS, then the range DPS, and then the mages. Although, I mean, maybe you'd want to like if you're going to just blindly use this, and you maybe like let's say you're a savage raiding Dragoon, you're going to use this, then maybe you want to make it so that the black mage is higher than some other jobs. Like, you could sort it so it puts the jobs that you know do more damage are higher, so that you automatically put Dragon Sight on the correct player. You could do that. You can sort this and make it all automatic if you want to. The only downside is you have to mash macros a bit more. Just a little bit more. That's really it. And I think me saying that should count for something, because people that have watched this channel for a while will know that I'm very much against using macros for something that you could easily do without a macro. like, my general opinion on the subject is that if you're using a macro for something, it has to enhance your ability to do the thing. If it makes it slightly more convenient for you, but it can be inconsistent, then don't do it. Like, for example, I don't recommend using a raise macro, because the person who's not using a raise macro can actually raise faster than you. And your raise macro doesn't provide anything, because the one who's raising before you will raise, and then you're the one stuck with a swift cast. Like, it doesn't solve the problem. Yeah, that's my recommendation. Thank you, Arido. Right, so we are doing level 90 dungeons next, and we already have our group from the B team from before. If there's enough people that also want to go, you can make another B team group. I don't know if you've already done so. And we're going straight in. Just run Astro until you get it. Yet Astrologian is like the super hard mode of targeting people in quick succession. Also, hey Zach, hope you're doing well. Phew. That's true, Gazel. That is technically true, that the person who actually raised first would have raised first, and you'll just be the weird one who said you did, but you didn't. Jacob says anyway, remember the rule for bard where you should late weave Imperial arrows. I always do. Just do it. Any opinion on that? I don't know why you would specifically late weave it. There are some specific things with Imperial arrow, in that because the songs you play like tick every 3 seconds, you want to make sure, like, if you're stuck on 3 stacks of Wanderer's Minuet, as it takes over to like a 3-second time on the songs, and you get a free tick, right? You don't want that to happen. So there are tricks to like reduce the RNG by like going, well, if I can't actually use Imperial Arrow and Pitch Perfect in time, you can use you can just use Pitch Perfect like in time before you get the next stack. You can just use Pitch Perfect first and get like a 2 stack, and then you get 1 new stack for the next round. And that is often better than the possibility that you get 3 stacks from Imperial Arrow, and then you waste a stack, and then like you just get a 3 stack, because two stacks is more damage than a 3 stack alone. It is complicated. I'm not entirely sure why you would specifically always late weed it. But yeah, the big thing with Imperial Arrow is absolutely the part where you can end up wasting a repertoire tick. This is mainly a problem in context of I'm just going to sandbag it a little bit here so that my cooldowns line up for the boss, instead of breaking everything to kill these slightly faster. But it is mostly a thing in Wanderer's Minuet. Yeah, I do actually talk about this particular nuance of using Imperial Arrow in this particular way, where you just pitch perfect early if you have to, in my bot guide. Like, I do go over it. But one way that you could end up in this logical reasoning that you late weave it is that you want to be sure that you're using, like, if you can, you know, use Imperial Arrow after a tick. But you want to use Imperial Arrow on cooldown. So if you always late weave it, then over the course of a fight, you can lose out on a lot of Imperial Arrows if you delay it like an extra unnecessary half second every time. That's why it's complicated. Because, like, you both want to use Imperial Arrow on cooldown, but you don't want to waste the extra repertoire it gives you as well. Hey Aruru, hope you're doing well. Just waiting for traffic. Check both sides before you cross. But I will also say that this is like optimization stuff again. Like, if trying to make sure you get maximum value out of every single Imperial Arrow you use ultimately ends up in you losing uses of Imperial Arrow, then it's not worth it. So, like, that's also part of the reason why it becomes so complicated, is because you want to make the most of it, but you also want to use it on cooldown, but also, right? So sometimes you just have to go for it. That's also why I'm sort of like, I have a pretty good like memory of what the optimal opener is, but I kind of have to like practice a little bit more to just do it in a random dungeon, which is why my openers here have just been a little bit like, whatever, random stuff, go. Hey Dagarian, hope you're doing well. That's also a way you can do it. Just be careful, because Imperial Arrow's cooldown times 3 is exactly the duration of your dots. You. I completely messed that one up. Yeah. Kinda made it, kinda recovered. Somehow I managed to completely forget the part where I also have to do a GCD when I start my burst. Gustavus says, what's the most satisfying class to play, like high reward class? I think that if that Black Mage might be a really good answer to that one. I could imagine that most people would agree on that one. But yeah, I think I think you might also want, like, if you're looking for a job to play yourself, I imagine what you'd really need to focus on is finding a job that you think is fun. Then the satisfaction will come in time. I don't feel like I nailed that one. I feel like I was already hit and the game just handed it to me. I don't think my 2-minute burst is actually going to be worth it here. Feels like the boss is going to die in the middle of it. Uh-oh. A good thing the boss is going to die here. Yeah, what makes Black Mage a good contender for that is that Black Mage has an extremely complicated system to optimize its damage. Which means that you can have a lot of, like, yes, I outsmarted the game experiences that can make it very satisfying. A lot of jobs can have super satisfying openers and burst sequences, but sometimes it can feel like the entire rotation for Black Mage can have this effect of, like, just feeling like a genius. Yeah, that also makes sense, Jacob. Part of the reason why I didn't feel like doing that was simply because I felt like I could see that the boss was at like 1%. So there's a reasonable chance that I would instead get stopped in the middle of it. So I would instead just be stuck with like this awkward half-finished burst. Hey, now that means that I'll be in potentially setting up Mage's Ballad while I'm using Limit Break. Don't know if that was too early. I think I might have messed it up. Warrior's the most satisfying one. Can solo everything. I mean, that is a different kind of satisfaction, but I see where you're coming from there. Yep, I messed up the songs. I can kinda fix it. Kinda fix it. I just have to stand with no song for a little bit here. Wait, did... Oh, my straighter shot ran out right as I was about to use it. Flashback to Firestart, ain't it? Lucas has just got out of a roulette where the white mage just spammed region on every party member and nothing else. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. That's what we call oof. I'm wondering how they came to the conclusion that was the right thing to do. My songs are kind of in tatters. Just kind of in tatters. Ah! Ah! My dots ran out while I was busy on my song. Da 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 da. Is this safe? I think this might be safe. I didn't really see it. Really? That's incredible. I was just kinda hoping it would work. Naomi standing right next to me gets hit instead. Hey, thank you so much, Gustavo. I'm glad to hear that. Got a fish. You know the worst part, Matthew, there is that you don't even get free cure procs if you're sitting there just spamming region. Like it's even worse.
No more games.
It just occurred to me. I mean, Gazel died there anyway, but it just occurred to me that I could have just removed the Doom on him when it happened. Maybe if I had done that, Gazel wouldn't have been distracted by that. That's my bad. I could have done that better. I could have done that better. Just like I could have done this better. If only, Tristan. It's been a few years since Bart stopped getting procs from dots. The good old days, some would say. I can tell you, the old version of how Bards got their repertoire procs was like a probability nightmare. At least if you didn't like statistics or probability. I'll just shoot this. Boss dead anyway. It's actually really weird, Jacob, because the old version of repertoire was incredibly weird. Because you gained... So the old version, just for anyone who's tuning in who's like, I don't know how Bart used to work. The old way that repertoire worked is that... So the way it works now is that when you use a song, every 3 seconds, and it's not like the, you know, the dot ticking or the heart ticking that is like completely weird. It's exactly on like... It starts the timer from 45 seconds. When it hits 42, 39, 36, 33, and so on, it will roll like an 80% chance. And if it succeeds, you get 1 repertoire stack of whatever that song does, with Wondrous Minuet giving you those stacks to use Pitch Perfect with. Mage's Ballad reduces the cooldown on your Bloodletter by half. And Army's Paean gives you like this stack that reduces your GCD for a bit. The old system was every time your dots ticked, so every time they did damage over time on an enemy, there was a 20% chance on the low-level dots and a 40% chance on the high-level dots that they would give you a stack. Each dot could give you 1 individually, which meant that if you had 2 dots out, you had 2 chances. If you had 4 dots out, you had 4 chances. And if you had like 7 dots out, you had 7 chances, depending on how many you had like spread out. I believe, I actually sat down and calculated it. If you go back to, if you go and watch some of my, if you watch my Shadowbringers level 1 to 50 Archer and Bard guide and go into the description, I'm pretty sure I put all my calculations there, including the high level ones. Something to that effect. I think I also put it in a pinned comment in the classroom on the Discord server. But I believe I stopped at around 7 or 8 targets, because at that point the probability of you not getting a stack was basically 0. And in Shadowbringers, I believe Bloodletter just had a cooldown, which meant that every time Mage's Ballad ticked and activated, you had to use Bloodletter or Rain of Death. So you had to like try every GCD just in case it procced. So people were like, can we have like a charge system on that? And then Square Enix was like monkey paw curls and went, we cut the effect of Mage's Ballad in half, but now you have a charge system. And even longer ago than that, the way Repertoire worked in Stormblood was when your dots crit ticked. So that your dot did critical damage, and yes, dots can crit and direct hit. Weird, huh? They just don't show it. It's just the damage number's bigger. As in, the actual number's bigger, not the font, which like direct hits and crits do. When your dots crit ticked, they gave you repertoire stacks, which meant if you were badly geared, Bard sucked. If you were well geared, Bard was amazing. And actually, even longer ago than that, in A Realm Reborn, your songs didn't work like that. But you had a trait called Rivers of Blood, which did basically the same thing as Mage's Ballad did, just when your dots crit ticked. So, like, there's been a long journey here. Isn't crit dot number still slightly bigger? Nope. It's just the damage that is greater. Like, it's genuinely just the damage that is greater. It's really weird. There's also something worth considering, because some of you might be sitting there going, so you're telling me that when someone was like max geared, because nowadays if you're fully geared like best in slot, you have like at most around 25% crit chance. But back in Stormblood, and also before that, they could use straight shot, you know, straight shot, to give themselves a 10% crit chance buff. That also affected their dots, of course. And then the straight shot ready effect, which I believe was just called straighter shot back then, made straight shot do more damage. So like, you would use heavy shot and then hopefully you would get to refresh straight shot's buff for free, essentially, instead of it being a loss, because straight shot did less damage than heavy shot for a reason. So like, Bard had like a built-in plus 10% crit chance, so it wasn't that bad. But it's just another example of some weird jank we used to have. On the one hand, it was really funny, because like you could be really lucky with crits. Oh, whoops, I actually didn't mean to invite you to party, but I plan to do this. We'll see if you want to or will stay in the party in a moment. Not the worst one to do that with accidentally. I actually meant to add you to friends. The next thing we will do, whoops, is 5, 6, 7, 8. So if you would like to join for that, come on over to me. Philippe, I think the logic there is that it makes sense for a bard to be an archer on the side, but it makes less sense. Like, it doesn't make as much sense for an archer to specifically become a bard. Like, it's like, I feel like it's not uncommon, like, if we take, like, the D&D perspective, that a bard would bring a bow. as their weapon if they have to fight. So therefore it makes sense for a bard to be an archer. But just because you're an archer doesn't mean you're playing music, right? Bard always gets crossbow. Fair enough. I just said bow. Could still be. Then there are crossbowmen on the side. Yeah, it's also the every class. It's just that it makes sense, kind of. Right. I think we'll go with this. Oh, I can't remember, Philippe. I do know that there is at least one Final Fantasy game where you can use a bow, where you then have to also choose arrows to match. But I can't actually remember if there was like how the exclusivity was. I do remember specifically like an image in my head that there was a black mage using a bow as a result of that. Oh, regular Fractal Continuum. How much of my rotation do I have here? No Shadow Bite. Rostas, I was a strength bard with Blade back in our D&D 5 campaign, or 5e campaign. That was weird. I got a grand total of 2 repertoire procs. Out of like 5 or 6 or 7 ticks. That was insane. It's just Conjurer up there on the platform, just running on the spot like, she's a maniac. Just speed running on the floor for some reason. Also, I didn't have any song running there for a while. Oops. Hey girl, hope you're doing well. You did Fractal Continuum normal an hour ago. Huh. It's over, Warriors of Light. I have the high ground. Runs on the floor to taunt. The new kind of T-posing. I think I'll just use Barrage now, because it doesn't work for AoE. There's no reason. I'll just keep getting pushed away from my 2-minute burst anyway. I know, right, Tristan? I was too busy singing in real life to sing in game. Ah! The weird part about it, Philippe, is that straight shot used to be more, like, mechanically more interesting. And then they removed that, which made the attack, like, make you focus a lot more on what it looks like. It doesn't look like very much, does it? The dungeon part is really weird. I'm trying my best. Maybe this will all get a little nicer once we get to the normal raids and trials and such. Get back here, you! I'm trying to shoot you! Wait. Oh, right. I used the wrong one. Don't know why I used the bind. That was pointless. I was like, where's my interrupt? Saw everything but that it was just on 7. How about some more ads? Welcome back, Traverse. I don't know how much chaos you missed. I don't know how much chaos you missed, but we're in Fractal Continuum. Is the next boss coming up shortly? Yes, it is. The one thing that would, I think, make Bard a little easier to work with in dungeons would specifically if you could use your songs while not in combat. Yeah, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. How our hearts sing in the chaos. Oh, no. Circle AoE. Wham! Ah! Why are you like this? I do think it is quite funny that... Oh yeah, the mechanic here is letting out one of the things, as Carrick's did, but the boss is so close to death that we could literally skip it. It is quite funny how Bard has, like, at level 60, you have Imperial Arrow, which does nothing except damage, and then you also get Sidewinder, which just does slightly more damage, but has 4 times the cooldown. A little weird. Like, it used to make more sense, because Sidewinder used to scale with the amount of dots on the enemy. But now it's just, I don't know, it's like a single target, OGCD, whatever. Wondrous Minuet at 50 would be pretty nice. I agree, Cole. As I said, it used to be more interesting. Not a lot. Like I want to underline very heavily here that it used, the only difference it used to have is that it used to scale with your number of dots. So Bard used to have like multiple ways to interact with their dots. Because, you know, as we talked about earlier, your dots used to be the source of your repertoire. Like, you had a lot of interaction with your dots. But even then, an attack that just does slightly more damage based on your dots. I mean, by the time Bard got this, Summoner had already had Fester, which did the exact same thing, by the way, for all of our Realm Reborn. Then we just were like, we could do that again, right? And just give it to Bard as well. Oh, I just dodged that. I'm the dodge tank. I'll take the frontal cleave tank buster attack. I'll just dodge it. The ultimate genius tank move. I'll have the Bard tank this one. They'll dodge it, surely. Hey Jan, hope you're doing well. There's a lot of attacks like that where it doesn't feel like they add very much. The difficult part is choosing which ones make sense and which ones do not. Like, if Sidewinder doesn't make sense, well, why should Gunbreaker have Blasting Zone? You know, that doesn't make any sense. Why should Paladin have Expiation? Doesn't add anything. Why should Warrior have Upheaval or Orogeny? Doesn't add anything. Like what I'm getting at is I'm not saying, oh, just remove all OGCDs that don't have any side effect. I'm just saying that for, like, sometimes... Oh. Sometimes you can come up with a reasonable argument as to why a particular one shouldn't be there. I don't know, Cole. Expiation is AoE, yeah, but I mean, many of your attacks are AoE. What makes an AoE OGCD special? So what I'm getting at is that while we can argue that Bard doesn't need also Sidewinder, they could have got, like, it could be worse. Like, I actually think that Sidewinder is a weirdly interesting way to keep clock for Bard, because most jobs have like something on a 1 minute cooldown that keeps track of like every minute. Bard has a bunch of 2 minute things, but it's only like real use on cooldown. 1 minute cooldown is Sidewinder. You want to use Apex Arrow, you know, 1 minute in and 2 minutes in approximately, to like, because that's the amount of repertoire ticks you get typically on average. And a really effective way to keep track of that is that Sidewinder has a 1 minute cooldown. It's like, it's a very subtle way to add like a clock that makes sense in the job without flat out just putting like a clock there and go, well, you have to do this every minute. Or just watching your 2 minute cooldowns. I'm not saying that that justifies Sidewinder's presence. I'm just saying that it isn't completely pointless. No, Cole, the thing is, the song gauge is a clock, but the clock on the song gauge is a 2 minute timer on Wondrous Minuet. Because the other two you have to use at kinda weird times. All you know is Wondrous Minuet goes out on cooldown, right? So it makes it kinda nice. Like, as I'm saying, it doesn't justify its presence. I'm just saying that, for example, Spirits Within is meh because it's single target. Expiation is an OGCD that just does damage and recovers MP, Spirits Within technically also recovers MP. So why is that lame? That is more that's more impactful than Sidewinder, technically. Imagine a clock as a job gauge. I mean, for Time Mage, well, Black Mage already has a clock. Trevor says, Quick Knock and its upgrade spreading dots to enemies it hits would be nice too. I think that would be insanely overpowered. That would be incredibly overpowered. Also, hey Cyanide, hope you're doing well. Like there's a lot of things where jobs have like kind of boring attacks where like it's pretty justifiable. To remove something. Like for example, when I made a video on button bloat ages ago at this point, I suggested why not just make it so that Paladin, they get Spirits Within, then they upgrade that into Circle of Scorn, and then at higher level they upgrade it to Expiation. It means you have one OGCD less to use, but those two OGCDs you already have are so identical that you basically just go blah blah. Whenever you use them, you just double weave them and call it done. So you could save a button there. Similarly, once you get Requiescat, you just go Fight or Flight Requiescat. So you could combine them. But it's not the same. Sidewinder could spread dots to targets in a 15-yard radius. See, the thing is, I think what would make Sidewinder or anything in the Bard arsenal spread dots, what would make it not overpowered is the simple fact that the Bard dots are kinda weak. So in an AoE burst situation, it wouldn't add that much. It would like give you like two uses of Ladder and Spite worth of potency extra by the time the enemies are dead anyway. Jolt is at like level 70, you want to use Fight or Flight but not Requiescat on AoE. Why would you not use Requiescat? Why would you not use Requiescat there? Pretty sure there's a 320 potency right there you're losing out on. You don't have Holy Circle. Well, that's true. But if there's only 4 targets... See, 1, 2, 3, 4... If there's only 4 targets, then Holy Spirit is better. With Requiescat, of course. Yeah, I get your point, Cole. I'm just saying that you would probably use it on cooldown anyway. Zav, I think you answered your own question there. Ron Tom says Final Fantasy XIV is a rhythm game if played correctly. Zav says people always say that, but as an avid rhythm game enjoyer, I don't really see it. Unless you just slow down a rhythm game significantly. Ding ding! There you go. You're basically, like, imagine it like you're keeping a beat. Every beat is, you know, pressing a GCD, and then you have, like, something in between each beat. You just imagine like a metronome or something. I'm not very good at music, as you can hear. But you can explain it as a rhythm game. You're keeping the rhythm of your GCD while then filling with your OGCD. As it says, you could use Requiescat on AoE and just continue with your physical attacks. Exactly. Like if you go into a big AoE pull at level 70, for example, where you don't have Holy Circle, you just go in, pull everything, and then you go Fight or Flight Requiescat on the healthiest target, and then you just AoE, and then if the amount of enemies drop below 5, then you just spam Holy Spirit on whatever has the most HP. You just switch target and just smack that. Alright, enjoy, Ham. It is really weird. I'm not saying that that's a good, well-designed rotation. I'm just saying that you can use Recreated on AoE at level 70, and you probably would, optimally. And you can make it work, so if you just have the metronome tick like 4 times or something per GCD. That's faster than that would be, obviously, but you could make it faster. Ban for third party. Anyway, next thing we're doing is leveling roulette. If you'd like to come along for leveling roulette, come on over here. Come on over to me. Is limited selected? Yes, thank you for reminding me. I actually selected it very, very early. Carrix, you have gone in the group twice already, right? I think Naomi has been in once. Is that right? Well, I guess Siren. Yep. Frogmire says, things I've found surprisingly hard, keeping a constant rotation of defensive buffs. Maybe I really don't have rhythm. Maybe not. I don't know. You don't have to have rhythm. It's just about having a plan. Something that I feel like a lot of people might not think about is that the whole idea, the whole concept of going into a fight with an opener, it's not about being like, oh, sweaty, mega try hard. It's about if you open a fight and the only thing you know is, well, I have to start with Stormbite, then you use Stormbite, and then you have to process, what do I do next? And so on. If you already know when you start, I'm going to do this and this and this and this and this, then you can just work your way through. If you have a general idea of what you need to do, you can also kind of just like freestyle it. Like if you know, well, I have to do this before that, and you can all kind of work your way through it. For example, with a tank, if you know that, well, before I start bursting, I have to have Holy Sheltron up, then you will probably do Holy Sheltron Total Eclipse or something like that. Also, hey Chester, and thank you very much. But, oh, right. We need a tank. Do we have no tanks? Yeah, like, going into a fight and having an idea of what you plan to do can be insanely helpful for actually getting some, like, for actually not getting caught up in thinking about it and just doing it. Thank you for coming, Zaf. Hey, Orion. Hope you're doing well. It's extra important in raids. It's just mostly that if you go into a fight and you have no idea what you need to do, things go crazy really fast. That's also why, like, when I'm going, like, for example, when I demonstrated earlier the little thing with Dragoon, I only did the part that we needed to check, because if I had to do the entire opener, I wouldn't be able to like do that right first try. A11. Hope you're doing well. Oh. I guess Rust doesn't have enough dungeons in that level range. Dawn Meg. It's been good, Orion. Yeah, we started an hour later. There was something that got in the way. I learned that the name was... I actually had no idea what we would get. It was quite wild when I just name dropped, oh, maybe Siren Song C, and then we get exactly Siren Song C. Limited leveling roulette is actually not janky at all. It's just that the mechanics are a little weird. Thank you, Gazel. The reason why it is a little weird is when limited leveling roulette fails to function, it's because someone in your party doesn't actually have enough dungeons in the appropriate level range. In this particular case, Rust was on a level 86 job, and that was the lowest job in the group. And I'm guessing Rust didn't have any Endwalker dungeons, which means even if Rust had Mount Gulg, that would be a grand total of 1 dungeon. And limited leveling roulette still has to be a roulette. So it'll refuse to function if there's only 1 dungeon. So like there needs to be at least 2. What I mean by the mechanics are weird, Traverse, is that it is not janky because it's entirely predictable. The mechanics are weird because they are not very well explained. That's what I meant. I will also say that part of it also comes from the fact that people have a tendency to just click limited leveling roulette and not actually read the description of limited leveling roulette. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed that I didn't get hit by the first wave because I wasn't even looking. Like, not at all. I was just running around and somehow I managed to walk backwards into success. That's incredibly lucky. Traverse's Wish Limited worked while queuing solo. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. It would be nice, but it would also be very awkward to set up. I feel like it would cause a lot of problems with matching players. just poofs out of existence in the middle of an attack. Can do this boss walking like bottoms? Possibly, but there is a lot more RNG to it, I think. Because sometimes the bursts happen in an extremely convenient pattern and other times they don't. Like right there at the end, the reason why I stepped away was specifically because I wasn't 100% sure if I could make it all the way across. But Ymir knew, and Ymir went for it. And was rewarded for it. Hey Tay, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I get that, Saf, that they could just make it so that it just picks from a pool of the highest level dungeons that the lowest level player happens to have access to. But I feel like part of the reason why they're restricting it a little bit like that is just because it doesn't need to be that complex. Like the argument that why doesn't it just do that can also be countered with, well, why doesn't the low-level Sprout just do their MSQ? Like, the reason why you're lacking dungeons is because you're not doing your MSQ. You're busy doing roulettes. Do your MSQ, right? Like, that's the same argument that I could also repeat when we had problems with the new Alliance raid roulette, where you need to have a certain item level of equipment, which you might not be able to get if you're too far behind on your MSQ. Which means you can be locked out of doing, like, Alliance Raid Roulette with your higher level jobs. But again, you could just level a different job or do your MSQ so that you can reach those points. Like, I know it's not a really good argument. It's not a very good argument, but it is an argument. That the only reason why this is a problem is for players that are not doing their MSQ. And then we'll just have to, like, work around it. And that's good enough, I feel. I could have waited a little bit there. I messed up my songs. I messed up my songs again. Hey Jared, I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you. It's me. And I think my chat overlay broke again. Thank you. And my dots broke again. The real speed run of everything going wrong, isn't it? Yeah, welcome to the stream, Jared. And thank you so much. Why is Iron Jaw so easy to forget? Oh, I don't know. I think it's like queuing in something to use every 45 seconds. Yeah, Traverse says, for mod packs, I tend to do Mage's Ballad into Army's Paean for the boosted AoE damage. You're right in that. The reason why I specifically don't do that is because, and I actually talk about this in my Bard guide, making sure to have Wanderer's Minuet, which is your strongest on single target, and making sure that aligns with your raid buffs tends to be better than making sure you have Mage's Ballad up for your burst, for your AoE. On the one hand, you could argue that, well, AoE packs are the more dangerous part of a dungeon, so you should maximize your damage there. But the thing is that Wanderer's Minuet isn't that much worse than Mage's Ballad. Like, sure, Mage's Ballad scales with a number of targets, but it's just that Mage's Ballad is considered considerably worse on single target. It isn't that, again, it's not that much. Actually not that much. But that is the main reason why I just stick to that. There's also the extra... uh-oh. Rodrow. Run for the hills. Ah. I'm going down. Can I make it back? I don't think I can. I'll run. Oh yeah, see, the Traverse, the problem is, if you start with Mage's Ballad, and you use your raid buffs there, right? Which you should, like, you should use your raid buffs, like, on the first big AoE pull. You should do that. But you use Mage's Ballad, then it means for the rest of the dungeon, unless everything drifts drastically, unless specifically that happens, then you will have Mage's Ballad line up with your raid buffs and not Wanderer's Minuet. That is the reason that basically just making sure that, like, if you use Wanderer's Minuet on the first big AoE pack, then you will automatically have Mage's Ballad for the second one. So it's not that bad. You're just sacrificing that little detail. That's why it's so complicated. That's why the general advice is just make sure that Wanderer's Minuet lines up with your raid buffs, because you're not gaining that much by leading with Mage's Ballad. And you're possibly losing more once it gets to single target. Well, that's really nice, Jared. Hope you're having fun with it. Yeah, it is really that what I'm getting at is that it's complicated, but ultimately the small loss of having of using Wanderer's Minuet on single target, or on AoE, sorry, is much less, like, it is worth less of a problem than it is that you don't have Mage's Ballad on the first pack, because you'll just have Mage's Ballad on the second pack. Which means that if it takes you, as you said yourself, 1 minute per pack, then Wanderer's Minuet will be ready for the boss. Assuming that you use Wanderer's Minuet in the first pack. Jared says, how important is it if I want to eventually do Savage that I have more than one job I can feel comfortable with? Usually, when a Savage raid tier is current, and like, people are progressing through it, so to speak, you will only have the resources to gear one job, like one role anyway, to some capacity, only one job. So, like, with a little bit of nuance to that, you're mainly expected to play, like, one job, maybe one role, depending on whether you are in a static or whether you're doing Party Finder. So if you can be really good at one job and just one job, that is often fine. And why I say potentially roll is because at max level, each role shares armor and accessories. So, like, if you have equally good weapons for all of your, like, for all the ranged physical jobs, then if your armor and accessories are going to be the same, whether you're playing Bard, Dancer, or Machinist. So it's going to be a very small difference. But if you if you're spreading your focus between too many jobs, then you're just going to be worse at those jobs, rather than if you had spent all of your energy on getting really good at one and only one. There's also the argument that Cole comes with, is that if you're, like, depending on what you play and whether you are in a static or not, there can be an argument for knowing two different tanks and two different healers. Part of what can cause this, part of it, is that two of the same tank is really bad, and two of the same type of healer is not always good. Let's just say that. So being able to swap depending on what your group happens to have can be really nice. The reason why Cole specifically calls out Dark Knight and Gunbreaker is because they're generally considered like the pumper tanks, those that can push a little harder on damage. But when I say can push a little harder, we're talking an extremely small amount harder, like in the overall situation. So I think the important part is making sure that if you're maining tank, and you're maining tank not in a, like, in a static, that's what we call it, a static, for those that don't know. It's basically what we call it when you have, like, a fixed group you play with. Yeah, so, like, if you play with the same 8 people every week, then if you're a tank main, and you know that your co-tank is only playing Paladin, then you're pretty good if you're not playing Paladin. As long as you're not also playing Paladin, it's mostly fine. The same thing if you're in a static and you play healer. If you know that your co-healer is playing Scholar or Sage, pretty good if you're playing Astrologian or White Mage. Because, like, there's some details there that they don't work that well together. And if you're playing Party Finder, so you're just playing with random groups, knowing, like, having more different jobs you can switch to can also, it can work like a skeleton key, you could say, in that you see, oh, there's a group for the P9S, the first fight in the current Savage Raid tier. They need a healer. Oh, but they already have a Sage. You don't want to be Scholar, for example. You could choose White Mage, if you can also play White Mage. Also, Scholar Sage is good for proc, can over-mitigate everything and see more mechanics even if you do it wrong sometimes. And that's true. But that is something you have to really coordinate, because they also have a lot of things where they really hate each other. I can't tell you how many times I've had people in the comments that, mainly Scholars, who accuse Sages of intentionally ruining their deployment tactics. I can't possibly explain how often I've seen that. It's a lot. And for that same reason, there will be a lot of raid leaders that'll be like, nope, one pure, one barrier, and that's final. Similar to how they'll go only one of each type of tank. Like, only one warrior, only one paladin, right? But that one is more obvious because it's 2 of the same job is weird. Whereas with healers, it's 2 of the same type of healer, where it gets a lot more confusing. But yeah, Jared, if you're not trying to be like a world first raider, then you're mostly fine playing just one job. If there's only one job you like, also hey Coco, you're doing well. If you only like one job, that's fine. That's perfect. You don't need to like more than one job, because all of the jobs are good enough that you can complete all content with it. There are some extremely specific outliers, like we have talked a little bit before about the fact that in the level 70 ultimate encounters, Black Mage is so incredibly good that the best optimization you could do is not play Black Mage. Just play Summoner instead, because Summoner is completely busted at level 70 specifically. But overall, who are you saying that to, Poet BB? Because if it's for me, I did Savage Raiding in a static in Shadowbringers. It's just been a while. I have done Savage Raiding a little bit in Endwalker as well, but I have done it. I know how it works. So I hope it's not for me. Hey Midnight Light, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear you find it helpful. Yeah, as I said, you can get by with just one job. There are some things that could be more convenient if you had 2, but you don't need more than one for Savage Raiding. And in fact, as I said before, if you actually invest all of your time in getting really good at one and just one job, then you'll be really good at that job. Exactly, so Akmon it's actually more often than every 1 minute, because summoners can get crazy high spell speed at level 70. But Poet, wasn't that also what I said? Wasn't that basically what I said? I feel like you're focusing more on my accomplishments rather than whether the advice I gave was right or not. You basically butted in, said you're wrong when I was saying what you were saying, and then said it. Like, that's what you see, but I also did, like, I was like a pretty hardcore raider in World of Warcraft for years. I have kind of an idea of how all this works. It's not that different. Sure, how many jobs you need to work on is a little different, but I did say you can get by with one, and my main focus was it would be helpful if you have more, but one is fine. And it was mainly responding to other people saying it would be good if you have 2 jobs. People who, by the way, I know are also Savage Raiding. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? The next thing we're doing is Trials Roulette. If you would like to come along for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. How many do we have? Are we 9? Are we 8? We're 8. We're 9. Hey Zaya, hope you're doing well. We're 8.5. This kind of works. Seven and 3 potatoes in a trench coat. Which one is the potato in a trench coat? Oh, wow. When is the Blue Mage Water Cannon only stream? Hopefully never. That sounds horrendously boring, doesn't it?
If I must forsake myself to keep mine oath, then so be it.
I'm pretty sure that's the circle AoE. Ice Mage and Ice Samurai only stream. Just have a stream where we're exclusively playing jobs terribly. Oh. Well. Oh, I have one of these. Wow. I should have kept my troubadour for this. Just occurred to me this always hurts so much. Maybe it's just the extreme version? Oh, no, here it comes. Oh, man. Is there just a one left? It was even funnier, Jan, in the good old days where red mages had engagement, or engagement, I don't know, engagement, but it did less damage than displacement, displacement, I don't know. So people still felt incentivized to use displacement, which often led to people backflipping off arenas. Because DPS loss, right? And then they die instead. Oh, that was the, like, there was a time where red mages didn't have anything but displacement. So, like, the alternative was do nothing. But, like, at that point, there was, like, a little bit of an excuse. There was an explanation for the madness. But now, like, then they added engagement, but people just went, nah, that's a DPS loss, and just didn't use it, and then die on the silliest things. Now you might understand why they do the same damage now. Oh, right. Sorry. Wait. Did you stand too close to the circle? Oh, that's the circle AoE. Will not lose. Oh, we just interrupt his speech. I will not lose. And that's the donut AoE. Traverse says, is there a functional difference between trials and normal raids? Most trials have no loot drops. Normal raids have at some point in their lifetime had a weekly lockout where you can, you know, only get one thing per fight. In terms of combat, I don't know. Guess the normal raids being more commonly optional than trials, where sometimes the trials are optional. It makes more sense that the normal raids might be slightly harder, but aside from the gear thing, I don't think there's anything in particular. And that is, of course, when we're talking specifically about trials and normal raids. There's also been a time, as Gazel says, that there were some raids back in Coils of Bahamut, for example, and Alexander, where you have like a trash pack before the trial. The hard says trials are harder because you get random trials that you haven't had in 3 years and forget everything. Now that is a good one. That's a good one. That is also the real scare, the real danger of mental roulette. Is you queue for it, and then you get like an extremely hard extreme that you've actually never done before. Jared says, do you find that you only need 3 bars worth of space for action buttons? That is usually enough. even for the jobs with the most buttons, but you might not be able to have like extra utility stuff like the teleport thing. Like for example, for Paladin, I don't have space for that. For Scholar, I don't have space for that. But yeah, 3 bars is usually enough. Let's do... Oh right, we already have only 1 tank. Let's do Alliance then. Actually, is there anyone who would like to also join? Because then we can maybe do a little bit of a shuffle. If there's anyone that is not in the group that would like to come along for Alliance Raid. Coming over to me, everyone that wants to join for Alliance Raid, so I know who wants to come. Looks like the answers. That works. Thank you, Emia. If there's anyone, like I can announce when we're queuing, then there's a higher chance we'll land in the same raid. If there's, I don't know if Oscord over there wants to come. Emia's making second group. In that case, I will wait. Emia, just let me know when you're ready. Like, see who you can collect that want to go, and do a ready check and let me know when you're ready. Now we're only 7 in my group. Oh wow, Naomi had to go. Okay. Well, now we're 7 and 4. I mean, that still works. This teleport is also usable with keybind only. That's true. Although, a really, really interesting thing with hotbars in a game like Final Fantasy XIV is that you could just make a hotbar that happens to have the specific keybind and then just put teleport on it. So like anything that you can actually drag to a hotbar, you can keybind to anything you want. Hypothetically, you could. Because you could just go like you could both go in, I guess, teleport. Is it somewhere here? Oh, there it is. You could go and put this here, like you just keybind to something specific. You could also just go here and go, okay, so hotbar 10 slot 1 and just set the keybind and then find hotbar 10 slot 1 and put teleport there. You can also use crossbars, that's true. Let me know when you're ready, Emia. Can you not do that? I guess you can't. Jared says I like to use my mouse wheel to cycle targets. Yeah, if you can't bind anything to mouse wheel, like if that's not an option, then you wouldn't be able to. But this, I think, are the 2 ones you'd need to add to do it. I'll queue when it says 300. Catch says, I got a group in Aurum Vale that only spoke Spanish. Fortunately, they were all very good and didn't seem upset. I couldn't understand them. That's good at least. That they weren't poor sports about it. Grr. Yes, I mentioned recently that I tried a tool that makes it so that the chat overlay refreshes every 10 minutes, but I ended up taking it off because I found that it was more distracting that it reset every 10 minutes, even if it wasn't frozen. And sometimes, sometimes the chat would just freeze after 2 minutes or 3 minutes, so it would just be frozen anyway with nothing to show for it. Oh yeah, we are in the same. So we're about half of an alliance, half of an alliance raid. That's pretty good. Jared, the thing is, in my opinion, once you've learned how the tap targeting works in Final Fantasy XIV, you can play around it. You can make clever use of your camera to make sure you can control who you're tap targeting to. But there isn't really a much better way to go about it. You can control a little bit, how the tap targeting works exactly, because you can change, like, as Dart says, you can use different settings for your targeting system. But ultimately, it is what it is. I honestly think that it's fine, and I also I should say I say that it's fine as someone who played World of Warcraft for 15 years. Ah, yes. A very nice rotation of using a song like every minute. Yeah, PvP is very awkward. You may have seen whenever we've done Frontline on Small Kai, I always basically go in, change my UI layout, like my HUD setup, to something different. I change how my tap targeting works. And I lock my map and place it somewhere. I actually changed significantly how my things are set up, specifically for PvP. So I could absolutely see how it would be awkward by comparison. And as Idolax says, it absolutely doesn't help that sometimes it can just feel outright impossible to target the thing that you want to target because there's so many people. I think that the people that play Frontline a lot have found ways to work around it. I have seen guides on it, but you can only do so much. A huge part of it is also learning to use those settings that you might have set up to play around it. Just come on over here to Narnia. Here you find Aslan on the left. It says, do you have a video about the changes you make for PvP? I don't, which is why I was like, well, if you watch me play on my alt small guy, you would see it. The things that I do is that, I have, see, is it this one? Nope, this one. So I have loot. I have a UI where I have centered my limit break bar down in the bottom. The reason for that is that in PvP you don't have job gauges, but you have a limit break that is yours personally. So you might want to put it where you normally have your job gauges. I also put my map like here and lock it so that it doesn't disappear if I press escape, because that makes it easier for you to keep an overview of what's happening on the map. And like, it's not as much for me because I'm often, you know, looking at what I'm fighting. But it is very handy, like, to just glance over at sometimes. And it's just extremely handy since I often am streaming when I'm doing PvP, that people that are watching can see what's happening when I'm not, you know, when I'm not looking at where the action is. They can see, oh, Kai is making a huge mistake. He should have been literally anywhere but here because the enemies are coming in right behind him and he's not seeing it. And they can laugh at me. Or feel bad for me. Or a bit of both. Laugh while they feel bad for me. And then in targeting, I go in here and then I change this to closest range. And I change it to cone because that means that you target, like, line of sight plus ignore depth means that you're basically targeting enemies from left to right on your screen. With a very slight preference for something closer to you if you have no target. If you flip both, then it means that you're literally like tap targeting outwards. So you're targeting the first thing in front of you, preferably. But if you do a lot of PvP, there is a... I'm pretty sure there is a... Yeah, there's a target nearest enemy that would be incredibly handy to bind to something. I have it bound to G. And the reason why you would want to do that is because usually the enemy that is nearest you is actively beating the daylights out of you, so you probably want to switch to them. So that might also be very handy, but I don't have a guide on it. I basically have... I don't actually know very much about PvP, so the only guide I have on PvP is like a basic starter guide on what crystalline conflict is and things like that. And sometimes in videos I might bring up a detail that happens to be significant for PvP. But I don't really give that much advice on PvP because I don't know. So I'd rather just not give wrong advice, right? That of course also circles a little bit back to that conversation we had just a little bit ago about Savage raiding, but the thing is, I do feel like I do know. That's why I give advice on it, but I don't give advice on everything in Savage, because I wouldn't give advice on things that I'm not confident about. Hey, Drawing Blade. Hope you're doing well. Drawing Blade. And also, hey, Rocky, by the way. I think I missed you. Oh, yeah, tap targeting to something that's no longer in front of you. But it is on the enmity list. And that one's awkward. I feel like that happens mostly to me if I'm tanking. And I'm trying to, like, tap to something that just left the screen because I wanted to, like, throw a ranged attack on them. Also, hey, Cat. Hope you're doing well. What's your recommendation about finishing the first ultimate? What do you mean about recommendations? Like, what do you mean? Oh, okay, now I think I understand. Your recommendation of which ultimate to finish first. I mean, if you like a challenge, then you could go for T. That one is, I believe, a lot harder. But if you want to just, like, get some, like, practice in and, like, get more acquainted with ultimates, then it might be a softer entry into that, to take the easier one. Wow. That was really awkward. The person was there exactly on time to apply the mini effect, but it took so long for the enemy to actually become, like, targetable with anything that they had to, like, circle around them. It's okay, Drawing Blade. I just was trying to understand what you meant. I didn't mean to call you out on anything. It was just I didn't quite get what you meant. Was it you? I thought it was Furax. Cole says, ooh, is the easy ultimate, but it's plagued with sprouts with 0 savage experience. Oh, right. Yeah, I could see how that would happen. You have a lot of people just going, oh, well, how hard could an ultimate be, right? And then they have the rude awakening that it's pretty hard. Like the easy clap ultimate is still very hard. Like, because it is an ultimate, but relative to an ultimate, it's the easy one, right? Could see how that would become a problem. Is that how it goes, Cole? Yeah, that also reminds me of how I feel like what I've seen going into, like, for example, in the second raid tier of Endwalker, I was in Party Finder for P5S for a bit, which I streamed it, so you can go back and watch how that went if you're curious. But it I didn't have the problem of that happening much, but I could imagine that when a new raid tier comes out, that there will be a lot of newcomers to, like, the kind of content that'll be like, pah, how hard can it be? Which then means that they, like, bite off way more than they can chew, and then you are in this awkward spot. And those, of course, get weeded out as you get to the later parts of the raid tier. Like the later fights. Simply because then they didn't beat it, or they gave up. Caetsu says, may I ask what U stands for? Ultimate Weapon Ultimate, right? The Ultimate Weapon Unleashed, fair enough. And T stands for the Epic of Alexander. Would you say Savage is the same difficulty as Mythic and WoW? I feel like they're difficult in different ways. The comparison that might make sense for a WoW raider, Jared, is that in World of Warcraft there is this thing we call a dance fight. A dance fight is like a fight where basically from the start to finish, you have to stand there, then there, then there, and then there. You basically just have to follow the choreography. Those have a name because they are rare. Like, I remember specifically that people really did not like the Helya mythic fight from Legion because it was a really hard dance fight. In Final Fantasy XIV, that's basically all difficult content can be boiled down to that. Again, it's a little more nuanced than that, but that's basically the gist of it. But yeah, maybe that makes sense. That, oh, if everything's a dance fight. Hegan dance was alright though. Yeah, that's a different kind of dance. And also many years later. Or actually many years prior. But yeah, they're difficult in different ways because in Final Fantasy XIV, you're officially you're not allowed to use add-ons and stuff. So fights are made to be very beatable without help. So it's more, it's to some degree a memory game, like knowing how to do the things and then just reacting properly. Whereas in World of Warcraft, there's a lot more randomness in fights. And that's just how they've designed it. And sometimes to do that, you need to use like a weak aura or deadly boss mods or something like that. You don't need that in Final Fantasy XIV. I say you don't need because there are technically illegal third-party tools that can help you. And yeah, as Ardell says, and Ymir says, it's basically that people found it funny to call it Uwu. And I guess Cobb. I guess U-Cobb. And Top was also something that people went with because it was funny. That you could top the Omega Protocol. Even though that one makes more sense because it is it's an acronym. Sunite says I want to get into Ultimate Rated, but I'm scared. I would recommend, like, my advice in terms of difficulty is, like, if you want to get into difficult content, try, like, an extreme or two. Like, some current extremes, preferably, because the older ones might be easier or weird, depending on their age. Try some of the current ones, see if you like that. Then try and see if you can beat the current Savage Raid tier. And then you're probably, like, if you can beat that, then I would say you're definitely ready for something like, ooh, given that that would be the easy one. The key is that Extreme, then Savage, then Ultimate is like the gradual difficulty progression that that people generally observe. And it's not so much like, oh, you can't jump directly to Ultimate. It's more that, as Cole put it, if you go in with zero knowledge of hard content in Final Fantasy XIV, you will probably be very shocked by how big of a step Ultimates are compared to, I don't know, a normal raid, for example. Jan says, did you feel like... Really? feels like it has difficulty of an extreme trial. This one? I mean, it is on the harder side. Anyway, after this, we'll do normal raids, but I will first be right back, and then we continue. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Right. Yes. The Paladin flash again. My eyes! Right. So if you want to, I guess you already came over here. Is this everyone, people that want to come along for normal raid? Eh. Oh. Okay then. Alright, Emir. Yeah, we're getting Alexander. Oh, one of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. Is there anyone in the group that does not have Alexander? Does everyone have the Omega raids? I suppose that's also a solution. Where did Emir go? Gazel's over there. Ymir? Did we lose Ymir? Where did Ymir go? It already went in. Well, now we're down to 7. Do we have an 8? The alternative is if Graham can switch to a level 70 job if everyone has the Omega raids, but I don't even know if everyone has that. We need one person, Guzzle. It's fine. It's going to be Alexander. Let's not change it anymore now. Yotsujan! Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, Darth. I was a little bit... like, I will say that the newest trial, the one from the Hilde story, is, like, for normal trial, it is a little hard. The boss can absolutely wipe you, and if you have a group of people that are not, like, solid in their skill level, they might be stuck there for a bit. There are a few mechanics that can really catch you off guard. But yeah, not a current extreme, probably. The fact that my Imperial Arrow doesn't give me a repertoire at this level is really tripping me up. Apparently. Jared, the way that we refer to raids in Final Fantasy XIV is basically a single letter followed by a number indicating which encounter it is. And if we mean savage, then we add an S. So, for example, A1. Where we are right now is commonly called A1 for Alexander 1, because it's the first encounter in the Alexander raid series, and this would be A1N because it's the normal version. So that means that, for example, P5S is the 5th fight in the Pandemonium raid series. And key thing to remember here is that each raid tier is usually 4 fights, so that means that P1 to 4 is the first raid tier, P5 to 8 is the second, and P9 to 12 is the third. It doesn't really, like, it's not super crucially important to keep this distinction in mind, it's just that that's a thing. It is actually extra weird because the very first raid, the Realm Reborn one, the Coils of Bahamut, is called T. Yes, Aradel says because they were just called Turn 1 and so on. I mean, I think part of it is that it helps in something that is that is kind of weird with Final Fantasy XIV specifically, is that people are very, very careful about, or most of the player base is very careful about not spoiling things. And incidentally, by referring to each raid series by one letter, the only way for you to possibly know what that means is if you know what the raid is called. similarly, it's pretty common to refer to the trials of the current expansion as just trial 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, because if you name them, that can sometimes be like an enormous story spoiler, because the name of the character that you're fighting might be a problem. Because you're usually only talking about the trials, like often talking about them in more detail. In extremes, it's often that it's the extreme number 1 or 2 or 3. Not uncommon to call them that, at least. Like just abbreviations that are so short and specific that you couldn't possibly guess what they are. Yeah, like the dork inside. Right, so next we do P12N. So if you want to come along for P12N, come on over to me. Will you be doing PvP as well? We don't. I don't do... Did it freeze just now? No, it's just delayed. I usually don't do frontline on these streams. I feel like it's so incredibly different from all the PvE content that it feels like a little too far off. Even though we could do it. It's just... I just don't. It'll wait until I'm busy, of course. Solo tank? We can solo tank. I'm not sure why the name of the level 89 trial might be problematic. Who knows?
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Look, it's her internal gaze.
From nothing I mold life.
Yeah. Reply dots now, I guess. I think I did that exactly when it had to be. Hey, Ivana, hope you're doing well. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact. That's the one. That's what she said, right? Tataro's endeavor. Oh yeah, I do remember that, Darth. All right, everyone, watch carefully. Does the chat freeze? Did it shine brilliantly for you?
Silent vessels, I give voice.
Oh, I think we're going to have the phase change right as the 2-minute burst comes up, isn't it? I'm pretty sure this is it. That's always fun. I think I'll just play my songs anyway. I don't care. I do care about the fact that for some reason my Apex Arrow isn't ready. Why? Take this!
Behold such power as you will never wield.
I think I used my cooldown too early. Can you? I think I nailed it. I think I just barely nailed it. Now, completely unrelated story is whether my songs are completely borked now. I'm pretty sure the answer is absolutely. The question is whether the fight is long enough that I care. And I think the answer is no. I think? How about your theory is proven as you're dead? Ow. We did it! Joel says Square Enix is very harsh on toxicity. Even in higher level content, people tend to just leave the party rather than flame because Square Enix is so strict, which is good. That is also true. There's both that, and there's also the fact that, I mean, sometimes it depends on what you're flaming about. If what you're mad about is hypothetically that someone is doing too little DPS, you can't confront that in game because then you're basically saying that you are using a third-party tool in game, and that is not allowed. And so someone could just report you for that alone. Like, that's the only thing they need to do is be like, well, they're using third-party tools, and admitting to it. And someone said what? See, someone said something about the stream being delayed. Yeah, if you're feeling like the delay on the stream is starting to get longer and longer, remember to check on the stream if you like mouse over it so you can see like the bar in the bottom. If the dot next to live is gray, then you're behind. If you just click that, it'll attempt to catch you back up. I'm guessing if it was Doomcatch, that it was probably the Ahriman, the first boss, the big eyeball creature. And yeah, people sometimes just get killed by that because they have no idea how to deal with it. The reason why this can happen, and this is something that I've talked about before, is that for people to learn and understand how a fight works, they often have to wipe. Hey, Eno! Wow! Thank you so much for the pink super chat. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Wah! Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Wah! The pinkest super chat. Yeah, that is the perfect message, absolutely. Wow. A 40k orc warg. Hey, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Umir. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Let me just see if that if they actually go through. I'm guessing they do, but let me just give it a moment. Oh, Marketer got one. I thought they changed name. Awesome. Oh. So, Ymir, you actually said, like, I think last week, or was it the week before that, you said, if I actually gifted the memberships to unlock one more emote slot, can I choose the emote? We have a new emote slot right now. So, we can take that. Let me just, see here. I think this one is updated. You can see a little check mark next to the ones that I have added. Which one would you like? The one that has a circle over it was because that was something that I was adding, and I haven't removed the circle, don't worry about it. I think... Do we only have 2 left? Do we only have 2 left? We actually only have 2 left. I got all these emotes thinking that we would never get to have all of them, and we only have 2 left. The smile one. You got it. There you go. You might have to refresh the stream to have members might have to refresh the stream to be able to access it. Siren says how many more for the final slot. Well, I will say there are more slots to be had beyond this one. It's just that it's the last emote I have. We would need 25 more for YouTube to let me add one more. And an important thing, and the reason why I went and immediately used it is because if we drop below the membership threshold, you keep access to the emotes. So I just have to like have had that amount of members at some point, apparently. So I just, you know, went and made sure to check it in. I'm not sure if there's any memberships running out real soon. No, there's the LB one. The LB one is excellent. Now here's actually a funny story about the LB one, because might come as a shock to everyone. I've mentioned them before. Let me see if I can find the link. Don't have a link on hand, but I can just find the page. I had one person make all the emotes. The only one that this person didn't make in the lineup is the laughing emote. That one was made by me, who is on the Discord. But the rest of them, Nissa made, which there's a link in the chat for them right there, if you would like to see more of their work. And specifically the limit break one, I described it differently, and they just went and made the limit break bar itself. I was like, I don't know if they can make UI elements, but if they can, like, I didn't know, so I just point to limit break, and then Nissa makes an actual limit break bar. Me Who Else is also amazing, absolutely. Also, just to back a bit. Meteor suck in Abyssal. Oh, in the Abyssal Fracture? That one? There they actually suck, yes. But yeah, also, hey Ronan. Yeah, I've just, like, it's all the same to me. We had two emotes. I imagined I might have added the smile one myself, but Yumi asked if they could choose. if they, like, if we reached it. Sure. Yumi was there anyway and happened to give the ones that reached the breakpoint. That is a weird thing for someone to get mad about, Jared. I have seen people get mad that someone used the limit break when there was nothing else to use it on. Right. With that said, Thalea, the grand finale. I'm guessing that it's just the people here who wants to come, or what? We are one person short. I'm guessing everyone here wants to come. I'm pretty sure Ross doesn't have it, given they haven't completed Endwalker. Tay has to pass. Fair enough. Gazel is already in the group. Oh, that's also a hilarious one, Traverse. When people get mad that they're ranged, uses LB on the trash pack leading up to the final boss. Like, what were you going to do? Because at best you're probably getting you're like, at best you're probably getting like LB1 anyway. Right? Like, if you're getting LB2 on the final boss in a dungeon, it's these days it's often because the group was a little slow. Nothing bad about that, no problem about that. It's totally okay, but it's just saying that it's probably not going to matter. Also, hey Puppeteer, I hope you're doing well. Not as quite a big takeover, but at least we have one alliance, like one raid group. It's worth. Sure. I mean, that's a funny one. The most interesting one I've seen with that Traverse, I've seen, like, it's rare. It's a really rare one, but I have seen healers using rescue to deny the ranged physical or the mage if they attempt to use limit break on the final trash pack. And you have to remember that you have to understand that the context in which I've heard this happen, because its stories have been told, is the healer proudly announcing that they made sure that the range didn't waste the LB on that. When I'm sitting there like, I mean, they could just click LB again. And it would have been optimal if you had let them finish. I'm glad to hear that, Ymir. I did see it. Exactly, Traverse. What you get instead is maybe that the melee DPS gets to use LB. I've also seen cases where someone uses LB3 in like a raid context, like a normal raid context, when the boss has like 15% HP left, and they get rescued out of it because the healer thinks that it is selfish. What if we need the LB for something else? Like, if the boss has 10% HP left. Like, that one is a little more complicated, because there are cases where a melee DPS just goes blasting, like just goes crazy and uses the LB when there's a very high chance that we were actually going to need that LB in 2 seconds. Like on the first trial of Endwalker, it almost never fails that the moment where you get your LB3, if a melee DPS uses the LB3 immediately, the mechanic that follows basically the moment after the LB has been spent is the mechanic that has a tendency to cleave like half the raid to death, and immediately after there's a stack marker. So like if you LB immediately, that is like the surefire way to make sure that your group might die if they're not ready for it. It's really funny how it's so perfectly planned like that. Why are these two taking so long? I'm guessing everyone's holding. Hold!
Only to be expected for they who vanquished my pupil Beauregard.
Matoro says, I once had someone use LB1 every time it was ready in the Chrysalis. Oh boy. I'm guessing you wiped on that? Yeah, that's the one, Jared. The Chrysalis is the one where you get sucked into like a tear in the universe, and in that you like in that inverted dimension, you could say, you have to use like you don't have to, technically speaking, like you could deal with the fight like like that part of the fight quote unquote properly. But most people don't know how to, so it's much easier to just use melee LB to skip it. But if you use your LB before you enter, you have a problem. Like a massive problem.
The rivers rage at my behest. Not all knowledge is wisdom.
Yeah, exactly, Yamano. That's a pretty like that's exactly what I was thinking about. Although I will say that sometimes like you couldn't have known that. I feel like kicking them for that is maybe a stretch, like a little too far. Ronan says that the LB differs between who uses it. Yes. It depends on what role uses it. Melee DPS uses a single target attack, and it is the single hardest attack that you can use among the limit breaks. A mage does a like placed circle AoE, so you can very specifically coordinate where you want it. And a ranged physical job like Bard performs a line, but that line does slightly less damage than the mage one. It doesn't really matter, it's more like just a fact. It It's complicated because there's a whole discussion about opportunity cost to dig up from that. So the important part is the ranged physical one does slightly less damage, but it doesn't really matter. In the context where you want to use the ranged physical or the mage one, what really matters is that you use it. Also, I just had my dots drop. Excellent. Also, healers, when they use the limit break, they heal everyone, but only limit break 3 fully heals everyone and fully resurrects everyone. Which is really powerful. The lower levels than limit break 3 are nowhere near that power because it just heals a bunch. Like, it's okay, but it doesn't really... it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to save an attempt. And the tank limit break does reduces damage taken by gradually more for the entire raid. Interestingly, limit break 3 lasts less time than limit break 2. With limit break 2 reducing damage taken by 50%, I believe for 15 seconds. Whereas tank limit break 3 is 80% for 8 seconds or something like that.
'Tis time for a test.
And yes, idle access. There are also contexts where specific shape of limit break might be preferred, which of course also matters. It could be 10 and 8 seconds, does. The important part is that, weirdly, LB3 lasts less time than LB2. That was what I really wanted to get across. And Ronan, to answer your question, in a dungeon, it is generally considered optimal to have a ranged or a mage. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that it is done. Like, that someone does it. It doesn't matter who. But a ranged or a mage uses a limit break on the last pack or the pack just before the last pack, before the final boss in the dungeon. And then melee DPS, if you have one, can use limit break on the final boss if you get one after that. Also, I see my chat overlay broke. Yeah.
Let me prepare a suitable stage for our union.
Here we go. In a raid context where you usually have one and only one target, it is usually optimal to have the melee DPS do it. Now I say usually because once you get into a raid context, we also have a whole situation of, oh, that particular fight, well, there you want to do this instead. Like, there are nuances. But generally, if there isn't like some sort of outlier, then it is melee who should do it, because theirs does the most damage. There are also situations, it's more common in ultimates, where you need a tank limit break at some specific point to cheese a mechanic. There are also specific boss fights where there is a mechanic that kills you if you don't use tank limit break. They usually just give you that one. Like, they'll just give you a limit break and be like, you know what to do with this, leading up to that, in normal context at least. So it's complicated. The reason why you might not want to use your limit break immediately once you have limit break 3 in a raid context is specifically because the healer limit break could save a run. But if you use it early, if you use the limit break early, then, well, obviously you don't have it, right? And then you don't have one, and if you don't have it, then you can't use it. So, like, you might want to sit on it for a bit if you're not sure if you'll survive. It says maybe ranged has less damage but it takes less time to cast. Nope, the ranged and mage limit breaks actually take exactly the same amount of time to cast, from my research at least. The reason why, I think the reason why the ranged one does less damage is because of an argument of opportunity cost. Mages supposedly do more personal damage, and because they do more personal damage, having a mage locked up doing the limit break is more expensive. Like, you're wasting the more precious personal DPS time of a mage. That is like the idea behind it. It isn't exactly perfectly true all the time, because, for example, if your mage is a summoner or red mage and your ranged physical is a machinist, then I'm pretty sure it's not like that.
I trust you don't mind if they play too.
Come, Pericles, Valios.
But it is a long story, because like once you start talking about who should use it, there's also like the argument of which melee DPS does less personal damage and so on and so forth. Outside of like optimization in a savage raid or an extreme or an ultimate, it doesn't, like, if you're in more casual contexts, what really matters is that someone used it most of the time. Oops. Don't get hit by both things, guy. Instead, just let your dots drop. I'm almost getting it, everyone. Now I'm just observing my dots drop and be unable to do anything about it. Have you considered the cool factor? I mean, Meteor's fun.
Feel the might of the navigator.
Is there a pandemic window for dots? No. There's not. For anyone who does not know what that means, a pandemic window is something from World of Warcraft. Basically, I'm going to die. I'm not going to die. In World of Warcraft, there is this feature called Pandemic, which originated from a passive that Warlocks had. Basically, if you reapply your dots when they have like 30% of their duration left, they'll just take those 30% and like extend a new application of it. I think it's 30%, something like that, but the point is that you can like keep your dot rolling by reapplying it as it is about to run out without losing anything. There is no such thing in Final Fantasy XIV. However, in Final Fantasy XIV, every 3 seconds, and this every 3 seconds is unique to every mob, in a way, or it is a separate counter. Basically, when you enter a raid or a dungeon or whatever, imagine that there is a clock that is just ticking all the time, and every 3 seconds, it ticks dots and hops. This means that depending on how your dot happens to align with this 1, 2, 3 timer, because every 3 seconds it causes all dots and hots to tick. It's just that each mob has a different timer. It's a little complicated. The point is that dots and hots tick every 3 seconds. But that means that you could apply like thunder to an enemy, like the thunder dot from Black Mage. And oops, I did that a little too early. And it might not tick until 2.5 seconds have passed, because that's when the clock ticks, right? Like, that's when the clock happens to tick. I meant to use Apex Arrow there. Oh well. But that also means that when Thunder runs out, you could, hypothetically, have Thunder not on the target for 2.5 seconds. As long as the Thunder is back on the enemy exactly when the tick happens, then it's as if it was never gone. This is more like a theoretical thing, because the fact that you want to keep your GCD rolling all the time means that you have no control over this. You would rather make sure that your dot has 100% uptime than let it drop for a second and risk losing a tick on most jobs. But theoretically, you could game this. Theoretically. Cool factors why Dark Knight has the best Best tank limit break. Fair enough. You know, I can see it. I get it. Yep.
My bowstring sings.
Yeah, that too, Jared. It's more like all the jobs that could feasibly play with this don't gain enough from playing with it to bother playing with it. Like, a trick that Bard can use, for example, is if you time it perfectly and you cast Iron Jaws as your dots run out, Iron Jaws reapplies both of your dots. If only I could use Mage's Ballad right now. If you time it perfectly, you can have your dots disappear from the enemy, but because you started casting Iron Jaws before they ran out, Iron Jaws just goes, well, I mean, I saw the dots be there, and then just lets it work anyway.
Say not your steps.
But again, you can do that. You don't really want to do that. Indeed, Jared, there's snapshotting in that way as well. But there's also, you know, buff snapshotting, which hasn't been in WoW for quite a while, I believe. It is actually quite interesting, Cole, because I'm pretty sure the reason why the dots don't tick on bosses when they're away is because they get an invulnerability while they're away. Because I actually had an experience where we had a mob in a random dungeon that did take dot damage while they were away. Because they just didn't get an invuln, apparently. So I think it's like a combination. It doesn't really matter why this happens, it's just that it happens.
I'm glad that it was you who came to us.
You too, Rust. Thank you for coming.
Here our journey ends.
Yeah, exactly, Puppeteer. Mortal cringe. Exactly. That's the one.
Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
Guess I don't think I've ever retreated to this spot in this fight before. Like, ever.
The sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Exactly, Jared. I believe when they removed dot snapshotting in WoW as like a core mechanic, they basically adjusted it so that Feral specifically has a way to do dot snapshotting with things like Tiger's Fury. Like, they specifically removed the feature and went, this is actually a core mechanic of this specific specialization. Like, for those that have not played WoW, just imagine, just think of it as, imagine if they removed dot snapshotting completely, but then made it so that specifically bards can dot snapshot, but only bards. Like, only there. Like, maybe their Raging Strike still snapshots. The reason why, again, for those that haven't played it, that dot snapshotting doesn't exist in WoW is because dots check your situation in real time. So basically, every time a dot ticks, it goes and checks the owner and goes, so what's your stat situation now? Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, when you fire the dot off, the dot has already kinda estimated how strong it's going to be from start to finish. Like, it already knows how much damage it's going to do. Total. Oh. The one I was targeting was already stopped. Puppeteer, the answer to that is both. The answer is both, because Lance Charge will increase all damage you do by 10%. And Power Surge, I believe, also boosts all damage you do by 10%. Is it 10? I think it's 10. And they increase all damage you do. The way that dots work, like for example, Chaos Thrust or Chaotic Spring, is that when you apply it, it checks your status right when you apply it. And even if Lance Charge and Dragon Sight and Battle Litany and Power Surge all run out from you, that Chaos Thrust or Chaotic Spring will still do its full damage based on your status when you cast it. That is also part of the reason why you want to do, like, part of the reason why the Dragoon opener typically is, you know, True Thrust, Disembowel, Lance Charge, Dragon Sight, Chaotic Spring, because they impact the damage a lot. Battle Litany would also boost it, just for the record. Battle Litany would also have boosted it. The reason why you don't do that is simply because there's other things that are more important, such as like raid buff alignment and stuff like that. That takes priority. And also because you can't triple weave, it wouldn't work. So it would be awkward to make that work. Like, there's just other things that have higher priority. That's it. Although without knowing that, it might be difficult to realize that that's why. I feel like I saw something wrong if everyone's over here. Good thing that I didn't trust in myself, because I was confident that the second one was the opposite direction. Thank you, Cole. Here. Still here. And a donut. Oh, nice. Nice. See, this is kind of what I meant when we were talking about earlier. What was it in Don Meg, when we were talking about, could you do walk and backpedal only on the first boss in Don Meg? And I said, maybe, it depends on your luck. That mechanic there, you could walk backpedal only, but only because of that specific configuration.
Twas your faith that gave rise to this radiance.
Don't know if I did that too late. Perfect. Nailed it. Oh, wait. Didn't nail that one. Run. Ah. Oh. I'm sad now. I ended up using my raid buffs from Narnia, so a lot of people didn't get them.
Mercy
Three first. Blech. I think I'll save Nature's Min for the big finale. Just in case it's needed. My dots ran out. Yeah. Oh man. Some people got hit. I actually thought it would kill you. I was lucky. I should have saved that one. I don't have it for Wander's Minuet. Cool. I think, personally, I think that they actually thought it was cool. Genuinely, I actually think that they thought, oh, that's awesome. Like, it's like a callback to all the stuff you've gone through. Genuinely, I think that. But I do understand how some people would feel like, it's a little meh that they're just doing it again. I could imagine that maybe they came to the conclusion that they couldn't, like, maybe they had a different vision for the fight originally. Like, maybe they reached a point where it was like too late in the development process. They came to the conclusion that, oh, we can't do something else, but we can't quite reach the level of crazy stuff that we want. So, like, maybe they had something slightly cooler in mind. Like, who knows? Maybe they wanted to make it so that they would build on every single one of the mechanics, and then they ran out of time. Like, that's a possibility. But I don't think that they did it like this because they didn't have time to finish. I don't think so. I will choose to believe that it is not like that, at least. Because that would be a very, very, very unfortunate. My overlay. Let me just Oh, my overlay is completely dead now. Even better. Overlay. Maybe not. Well then. Did the stream freeze? Siren says, I personally love the callbacks myself. Yes, I'm using my special measures for this. Fair enough. See, I also like them. I also like the callbacks, but I do understand how some players might feel like it feels like a little... It might feel a little lazy. Are you kidding me? Come on. Apparently my overlay is just completely borked now. Please? It says the overlay is more trouble than it's worth, it seems. I don't know, I feel like it's really nice to have it though. It's a lot more fun like that. I somehow made it work again. I somehow made it work again. Also, thank you all for letting me know that it wasn't frozen. It is really hard for me sometimes. If it breaks, then I can't possibly see it. I'm sorry to hear that, Saf. I love the voice acting. I think it's really funny. Well, that's okay, Catch. He was gasping for breath before, now it is flatlined. Beep! Just dead. He's dead. Yeah, I see what you mean, Cole. And I agree. Thank you for the pink super chat, Emir. Wow! Thank you! That's amazing. Naughty overlay. I have to figure it out. See, the thing is, I will say to that, Emir, I want the overlay to work. It can't possibly be true. Like, it's like the thing I was talking about with how I had a video editor program that kept crashing, and I finally got it to work. Similarly, it can't possibly be true that anyone else who streams who wants an overlay just does it and it just works, and I'm the one person it just can't possibly work for. So I have to figure out if there's something else I can do. If there's, like, I want it to work. And right now the solution is I'm refreshing it. Like, I'm trying to fix it every time it breaks, but I have to figure out a different way to do it. Like, I talked with my brother was the one who helped me with getting, like, the auto refresh thing on, but it wasn't great. So I decided to turn it off because I found it very distracting whenever it, like, blitzed every 10 minutes to refresh. And my brother has been told today, so now he knows. Now we might be able to figure out a solution for that eventually. But I want it to work. It has to work. Like, there is a possibility that one day we decide, and I say we because, like, you're also watching, and part of it is for you, of course, that we decide that there's no reason to have it. But that's a completely different conversation. It's got your name in the code, it knows you personally. But I will see if I can make it not crash. I just need to figure out what the problem is. I really don't know what the problem is. Maybe there's something. Maybe it's specifically because the overlay this overlay that I found doesn't like YouTube streaming, so I have to find a different one. Or maybe there's something in the code that I've, like, used to, like, the design there just crashes for some reason, because it's literally just CSS. So for the coders in the chat, it's just CSS. So it shouldn't freeze that often, should it? It shouldn't. And the way I make it work, I kid you not, I make it unfreeze by adding spaces to a commented line in the CSS. And then sometimes it'll just go, oh right, functioning, and then it'll just refresh, and now it works. I couldn't possibly explain why that works. It's really weird. And it shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be. But I will say, in regards to the final boss in Thalea, that I absolutely agree, Cole, that they could have layered them more. That is actually part of what I think when I say that I think maybe they had to change the idea, because if they had layered them more, then the fight would be drastically more difficult, like a lot harder. Like, think of the difficulty it has now. If they added like one extra little thing to each of the mechanics in the fight, then there would be a lot of people that would die. Like a lot more players that would just die. They could have at least have the order slightly randomized. That would actually also be nice, given how many times you have to do it. That would actually be pretty nice. That would switch things up. Like, that is actually that, and we can absolutely guarantee, we can agree that they didn't use all of the mechanics. Like, each boss had like 3 or 4 mechanics they could have used, I'm pretty sure. So they could have like randomized the order of the god powers that they call down, and then had it be random which of 2 mechanics it uses. Like, they could have done that. Eviliz's end boss does that. I don't remember if it is random. But they do overlap them. They also overlap some of the mechanics here. Just to be clear that, for example, the Hieroglyphica, whatever it's called, is immediately followed by Ralga's Fist, which actually hit like a quarter of the raid, because of the particular configuration happened to mean that the best safe spot that everyone stacked on happened to be the half of the arena that was getting punched. But there's so many mechanics that they could easily have like combined them differently. They could have added more to the rotation. And they could have had, like, as I said, they could have added and made the order random, and they could have made it so that there was one extra mechanic from each boss, so that it could be that part could be random. Like, if it's about going, oh, we don't want to overlap more mechanics, then we could have had a more complicated fight that would be more interesting to return to each week if the order of the god mechanics was randomized, and if they had more to choose from. Like, for example, they could have used Ralga's Meteor. They could have used Beauregard's the mechanic where he sends circle AoEs at different speeds in from the side. They could have used the mechanic where what's his name? Orkan? Ocean calls down like circle AoEs all over the arena with a few safe spots. Like they could have done a lot of things. But they didn't. I agree 100% that they could have done more. They could have had the scales. I wonder if people would get really mad about that, though. Really tired of that, though. Because I do recall that people were... Because... So a key thing... A lot of people that have come to Endgame and Endwalker late, so they didn't get to experience Aglaya when it was new, lament that they don't get to see the scales mechanic in Aglaya. And some players that did see it also lament that they don't get to see it anymore. But I remember, because you have to remember that in the second raid tier you also had to farm Aglaya for coins, for upgrades. The way we have it now was the same back then. So if you both used coins to upgrade your gear in the second raid tier and the third, you've had to farm Aglaya out of tier twice. And I do remember that some people realized that it was incredibly funny to mess up the scales intentionally in the second raid tier. And you see that once and you don't think it's funny anymore. So in one way, it sucks that it's gone. On the other hand, the fact that you could troll it and meme on it like that and mess up 23 other players like that, in retrospect, maybe that wasn't the intention. By the way, did you leave, Ymir? Did you go? Ymir! You're lurking. Okay. Jade says the trolling doesn't happen frequently. I've seen it happen only once. I don't think I've seen people do it intentionally. I've seen people like overcorrect and like mess it up as a result. But I have heard people complain about it. And I can't imagine that the rage could reach such a boiling point if they've only seen it once. But I could imagine, Jade, that if people did it like all the time, that people would get really fed up about it. Of course you're not, Ymir. I do appreciate your support though. But good night, Ymir. I have not seen it, but like it's the same as what's her name? Limlane, where you can blow her a kiss and she dunks on you and nearly kills you. It was fun for like a week. Then you reached a point where people started actually getting annoyed about it. Like, I actually saw stories from people being like, yeah, if I see someone do that, I'm not healing them for the rest of the raid, and things like that. Really, really over the top anger over something like that. And then, like, and it's like, we discover the Easter egg that you can do it. That's fun for a week. The next week, people are mad that people do it. And then the next week, people stopped caring. Like, people just stopped doing it. Nowadays, you see, like, maybe once in a blue moon, that someone will do it. And people are just like, whatever. and then the person might die. They might not. Ronan says, can you show me where to buy the things to summon chocobos to fight? Yes. Ah! Let me find an example. You started as a black mage, so how about I go to somewhere you know? Yeah, that's true, Crimson. It's just, I believe it does 95% of your max HP in damage. Something like that. It doesn't kill you, but if you take any more damage in that very moment, then you die. That's also true, Darth. The thing is, I'm just showing a oh, look, it's Einsul gone. I'm just showing like a generic place because if I can find a generic vendor, it might help Ronan to find them in the future. Here they are. And this random guy, Rorish. If you can't find them in the future, Ronan, if you Google it, if you Google Giselle Green, so this name, and go to the console games wiki page, it will look like this. Just find one in a zone. You could also just, you know, like do /find and go like, oh, I'm currently in southern. Oh, there's no one in Thanalan. Maybe any? Nope, apparently not. Shroud. There's one in Central Shroud. Thank you for coming, Siren. I mean, like, just they are all over the place, and it's not very expensive. So I would be like, Ronan, just buy 99. Like, if you have the gil to spare to just buy 99. Then buy 99. Then you have 50 hours with your companion. So, like, you have plenty of time to figure out, oh, I need to restock before it becomes a problem. And that would be my recommendation. I mean, in fairness, it's specifically, Ronan ended the session yesterday, and we were like, a bunch of us were like, oh, by the way, make sure you unlock fighting alongside your Chocobo. So it would be weird if we then don't give advice on how to actually do that. One full stack of Giselle Greens, I refill it each month. I normally just put this in my saddle bag. I don't know why it ended up here, but like I have it. I mostly only use the Giselle Greens if I have to test something. Quite interesting thing. I think the last time I summoned my Chocobo was with someone posed the question. So astrologians, right? They have cards that give more damage, like more DPS, if you give it to the correct role, right? So what role is your Chocobo companion? Is it a tank? Is it a melee DPS? Is it a healer? Is it actually a ranged DPS? I didn't know. So I went and tested it. I tested it for like 5 minutes. Something like that. But my quick test suggests that your Chocobos does not have a role. It gets 3% for everyone. Like any card you give it, 3%. No more, no less. Which is fine. I didn't test whether it made a difference to demand it played a specific role. Like, who knows? Maybe if you set it to be tank, that it would actually get a bigger bonus for the tank card. Who knows? But I didn't test that. With free stance, it doesn't get 6% from any card, from what I could see. Yeah, doing open world content, the Chocobo is really handy. to be absolutely clear for anyone who hasn't already invested levels in it, because like it gets skill points, you can max it all out with Thavnarian Onions. Don't worry about it. You'll get to that one day if you don't know what it is right now. But the Chocobo is not that good at tanking. It's not going to hold aggro very well, honestly. And it isn't healthy enough to main tank for you if you're a DPS pulling a lot. Its damage is like... I think it's like 10% of a player or something like that. It's not very strong. It is, you know, it's non-zero, but it's not very strong. But its healing is actually pretty good. You can tank a lot of Fate bosses as a DPS just fine with your Chocobo healing you. Like, genuinely, the healer tree, just max that out. And then, when you have Thavnarian Onions, max out the attack one, and then the defender one. The healing one is insanely good. You might think that it feels like it's letting you die. If you have it in free stance, I believe it doesn't heal you unless you drop below 50%. It might put its regen on you, but it will not outright heal you unless you drop below 50%. If you say it has to be a healer, it will, you know, it'll become a cure bot. I think. But that's way better than it being an extra DPS and a very weak DPS. Or a tank that folds like a blue mage, actually. Actually, like a blue mage who isn't in tank mode without Mighty Guard trying to tank anyway. So yeah, if you haven't invested any points yet, full healer. Just go full healer. You won't regret it. And you can max it out later. You can see my Chocobo is fully maxed out. The way you do that is there's this item called a Thavnarian Onion. I believe the main quest, or there's a... No, not the main quest. There's a side quest at some point that gives you one. Like as an introduction to the concept. But they're grown at a house, which means that a free trial player will... I don't think a free trial player can actually do it. You get 3 free total. Well, there we go. You wouldn't be able to max out on the free trial, but you would be able to, you know, get 13 ranks. No, wait, you wouldn't be able to use them because you wouldn't be able to put it in a stable because you need to be in a free company to put it in a stable, so you wouldn't be able to use Thavnarian Onions on a free trial. Even more reason to go full healer. Right, so just to circle back to the both the limb lane and the Aglaya balance thing, or the scale thing, Jade Nova says, I think the real thing happening is people with low tolerance having a one-time issue. That is actually really possible. Can you use it directly on the Chocobo? Oh, I didn't know that. I genuinely thought you had to stable it. Now that makes things easier. Never mind then. I actually didn't know that. I've fed my Chocobo so few times with random fruits that it never was a thing. Right, it's the dye, fair enough. With that said, you might be right on that one, Jade Nova, that it's just people getting mad really quickly, which is actually very interesting because that actually perfectly matches up with, you know, the it's not super important right now or necessarily super interesting right now, but the video I have, some of you might have seen it, about you pull it, you tank it, and healer god complex and things like that, because I'm just going to say that obviously there are times where the person who's getting quote-unquote vigilante justice punished is justified punished because they're, you know, being a douche. But the big main meat of the people that are a problem in this regard are exactly the kind of people that Jade Nova mentioned. The people that see someone do something by mistake, and then they just blow a fuse and get furious immediately and, like, let you die and things like that. Just a little interesting, maybe, callback. You can use to open the XP bar above a certain level for it. Exactly. That is indeed what the Thunderian onions are used for. Yeah, I actually, every time I had to use a Thunderian onion, I went to my free company, stabled my chocobo, fed it an onion, took it out again, and just went on my merry way. I never tested if I could just give it one. I never tested. That's really funny to learn now. And, I mean, my main has maxed it out, so I wouldn't have run into it now. And, my alt doesn't really use it much. Zarb says, you can reset the chocobo skills with an item you can buy with allied seals. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm pretty sure the Thavnarian onion was added in Heavensward, right? Because that means that in A Realm Reborn, you might have your chocobo companion, but you wouldn't be able to undo it without such an item. Unless the item was, like, I can't remember where everything was added exactly. Traverse says, not gonna lie, some of the comments on the You Pull Your Tank video were funny to read, and some had me worried for the person themselves. I think the funniest ones, like in a you laugh and then you cry kind of way, were the ones who basically described themselves as the bad guy. But they just went, I don't think that it is a problem. Like, they basically just say, I disagree, and also I did it just last week, so there. Or people that basically just describe a story where, incidentally, they did exactly what the problem was. Exactly, Traverse, and they were proud of it. And the thing is, and maybe I didn't convey that well enough in the video, but the entire point was that because something that a lot of people really get caught up on is me saying how much you should pull should be a group decision, but usually the tank decides, is because usually everyone agrees with the tank, and for some reason that has ended up becoming the tank decides for a lot of people. It is quite fascinating because while people are saying, nope, the tank decides, they're basically the automatic leader of the group, I see conversations for World of Warcraft Season of Discovery where they're talking about people don't want to tank because they don't want to be the de facto raid leader, and people then responding with, why would the tank be the de facto raid leader? What? So there they have basically the opposite reaction of, no, obviously the tank wouldn't necessarily be the leader. But the entire point of that video is the entire point isn't the tank doesn't get to decide. The point is, if the tank decides something because they're a douchebag, then they don't get to decide. As in, if the tank is good, the healer is good, and the DPS are good, but the DPS only wants to pull one pack, then the tank doesn't get to decide. Because everyone's capable and everyone else is willing to pull more. If the tank is bad and the healer is mid, then the tank dictates the pace because the tank needs you to pull less because they can't handle more. Now you have a good reason to pull less. But if you don't have a good reason to pull less, then why? Right? That's basically a lot of the points I was trying to make in that video. I just didn't outright say that, because that would make the point a lot more convoluted. But I do believe I did say that there's a difference between always wall-to-wall pull and, you know, pulling less for good reason. But aside from that, Darth, I do agree. If the tank is the limiting factor, then the tank automatically decides by virtue of needing you to pull less. The difference between wanting to pull less and needing to pull less. I hope that makes sense. Elvarian says, for me it depends on the situation. If the tank asks the DPS not to pull for him, and he still does it, I'll have no problems to let him die as a healer, but I can see that I'm a pretty toxic healer. So, see, that is exactly another one of those things that can be hard to convey, because there's so many nuances to it. If the tank asks the DPS to not pull for them, then the tank has requested that the DPS stop doing that. So now the DPS becomes the douche if they pull for them. If there's a good if there's a good reason, again, like that's the key here. It is if there's a good reason. Joel says, does any of this ever come up in EU? I've never had anything like this ever happen in an A. 99 of people just wall to wall. If the tank pulls less, I've never seen anyone complain about it. Based on the amount of stories I've heard, Cole, the best I can give you is I've heard more NA stories about these problems than I've heard EU stories about it. I have seen it happen, but it's extremely rare. And it's like a combination of things. Because, as you might have seen in that video, there's both the you pull it, you tank it tank. They happen sometimes. There's also the I don't want to use a defensive cooldown tank. Because I want the healer to work. And I don't want to. I've met that guy, by the way, a few times. There's also the I don't want to attack healer. I've met that one. Zab says, I was kicked out of duty once because I didn't pull everything at the start of Mount Gold. I'm pretty sure that if you had written a report on that the people that kicked you could have been punished. I'm saying could because there could be a lack of evidence. But I'm pretty sure that they could be punished for that. You're not allowed to kick someone just because they didn't do exactly like you wanted. And yeah, exactly, Cole. That too. Part of the reason why me personally, don't see these kinds of problem players that much is because most of my daily roulettes I do in a full pre-made with my friends. Or I do them with you. And if someone if I'm the tank and someone pulls for me, I'm like, haha, that's funny. If someone rescues me off the ledge on stream like this, I'll say, haha, that's funny. Once I get over the fact that someone thought it was funny to pull me with rescue. But yeah, just because like most of my groups will be a group that I view as friends, I don't mind. And there's also the part that if someone ninja pulls for me and I'm the tank in a dungeon, I will just run faster next time. Like if the melee DPS is running ahead of me, that means I'm not fast enough. If the ranged DPS are running ahead of me, there's a reasonable chance that they're running a little too early specifically to be ahead of me, and that's mildly annoying. But I'm not going to complain about it. I couldn't possibly care enough. Like, I don't care enough about it. Like, it's dungeon as warrior number 700. Whatever. Right? But some people care. And the whole point was that, as you can see, like, if you actually go and read those comments, Cole, you'll see that there's a lot, like, as Traverse said, there's a lot of people that do this stuff and believe they're in the right. Like, that will, if the ranged physical pulls for them on the first pack, they won't say, can you stop doing that? they'll just let the ranged physical die. They'll literally just stop and wait. And when the ranged physical dies, then they'll continue if they intended to pull that. And they will think they're in the right. Because they believe it's the tank's decision how much is being pulled. Period. You'll also see sages, specifically sages for some reason, who says, I don't care if the tank only wants to pull 1 pack. I'll just pull 2 packs. I'll just be the tank who pulls 2 packs. If the tank doesn't want to be it, I'll just be it. Which is weird. I could imagine that would be very complicated and annoying to do as a healer. Probably not optimal. But if they can... And the counter to that is if every time you have a bad tank who's learning, who's trying to like build themselves up, the healer just runs ahead and pulls for them, the tank will never learn how to pull big. And then next week the same sage will be like, all these tanks don't know how to pull big. But the same sage is the reason why the tanks don't know how to pull big, because they don't let any tanks practice pulling big. And yeah, exactly, Cole. Precisely. I think I've talked about this before, but sometimes you can just view the way the people in the group you happen to have, the way they behave as part of the dungeon. Oh, in this dungeon I have a black mage who doesn't know how to dodge mechanics. I wonder how long I can keep them alive. Oh, in this dungeon, I have a healer who rescues me 5 seconds too soon on every pack, and I'm tanking. That's a little annoying, but I'll make it work. Oh, in this dungeon, I have a healer who seems to be very greedy, so I have to make sure I don't get hit because I'm a black mage and I can't heal myself. I have to make sure I don't greed anything because that healer is greeding so hard that they're not healing anyone. And so on and so forth. Ah, yes, PvP. Jared says, what is rescue? Rescue is a role action that allows you to yank someone to... It's leap of faith. It's leap of faith, Jared. It's leap of faith with a much greater delay. Like, it's really slow, actually. But it's basically leap of faith. On a 2-minute cooldown that all healers have. Jared says in WoW, for Mythic Plus, tanks can often be party lead and shot call because of the greater need for crowd control and interrupt needs in WoW 5-mans. That's true, Jared, but that's actually just because that's the community perception that the tank is the leader. So, like, there's actually a lot of tanks, and I know from playing WoW that there's a lot of people that are afraid of picking up tanking because they don't actually know how to lead, but they want to tank. When I was tanking like Mythic Plus in Legion, I was in a group that was good enough that we were boosting others for gold. But my friend, note, I was the tank in the group. That's important. I knew the routes we usually took, but if one of them discovered like some new route, or we went in a dungeon I didn't know well, I would just have one of my friends tell me where to go. Just put a marker where you want me to pull next. And then next time I'll remember. And the reason there is, of course, that in Mythic Plus, if a DPS pulls, then the DPS promptly dies. So you have to have the tank go in first, and it goes faster if the tank knows where to go immediately. But it doesn't mean that the tank has to be the leader. And that applies to World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, any MMO really. It's just for some reason we've decided that the tank is the leader because they're in front. Yeah, same say. Actually, I don't even do it with a good friend because I feel like the tank usually knows how they want to do it. Guess who froze again? Cyanide says, had a healer in Kitana Rabble once that would run ahead of me and use rescue to pull me into packs, even when I told them to stop. So I started seething in silence. That I mean, that is technically a solution. And that would be what I would do as well. Like, if I didn't want that, I would find that really annoying, but I wouldn't complain about it. But, that is basically the healer equivalent of the ranged physical or the melee DPS that ninja pulls everything. It's just a healer that just yanks the tank forward, like, pull these too! Grr. My best suggestion there, Cyanide, and this is a tip to deal with the toxic, quote-unquote, players that you might meet in roulettes. If the healer's using rescue to pull you forward, then it means that the healer's confident you can pull more. Just pull more. I know it's a really, like, backward solution because you're pulling less because you don't feel confident you can pull that much. But the healer is so confident that you can that they'll force you. So, like, if they do that, just wall-to-wall pull. Just go full, like, full send, pull everything. If you wipe, you blame the healer. Like, you don't say, it's your fault. You just go, well, I thought you could take it because you were pulling me, right? You were rescuing me forward. So clearly you were confident. I wasn't. That's why I asked you to not pull me. But you have an excuse if things go wrong. Like, if someone else is pushing you to pull more, you can just do it. Now you have, like, now there's someone else who has, like, decided to put their head on the chopping block, technically. I don't know, Catch, let me clarify. If the healer is using rescue to yank the tank forward into the next pack, then the tank might as well just wall-to-wall pull, because that's basically the healer not just saying pull more, but forcing you to. Which is annoying if you didn't plan to pull more. It's okay, Catch. Cyanide says I was already doing wall-to-wall, though. They just used rescue on cooldown the second the mobs died. Yeah, I get what you mean. That's also what I meant with a healer that you used rescue 5 seconds before the pack died. It means you save a little bit of running time. A little bit. But it is a little annoying. Traverse says another thing like you say a lot. If you wipe from pulling a lot and you're in the tank, just apologize. Correct. Like that's the thing, is that if you pull too much and you wipe, doesn't matter if whether it's the tank or the healer or the DPS's fault, doesn't matter. If you just say, sorry, I'll pull less, then there's a reasonable chance that either the group will just quietly let you do that, or the healer will be like, hey, no. Run that back, we can do this. Go ahead, Gokachu. So like, if you just own it. And when I say blame the healer in that example before, it's not going, yeah, it's your fault. It's just, like, you can, instead of saying, sorry, I'll pull less. Like, if the healer gets mad at you for wiping when you wall-to-wall pull after they goaded you into it by rescuing you forward, you can just say, well, I thought you could take it. And then you say, I'll pull less. A more subtle way of doing that is hitting expedient on tanks that don't sprint. Gogachu says, you know the being invited to party sound? Well, my game crashed a bit ago, and since logging back in, every time I get out of an instance, that invite to party sound plays. That sounds weird. You could try restarting the game again. Doesn't sound like it's supposed to happen. But that sounds weird. And that's good at least, Sam. If both apologize, then everyone's good. Catch says, also just to follow up on this, Catch says, I'd actually say to maybe, ask if the healer's okay with a huge pull. If your healer says sure, you can even ask how big of a group they think they can handle. This is actually a really complicated one that I've also talked about before. I think I've talked about it a bunch of times, but it's been a bit, so we'll take it again. We'll take it as many times as is interesting, of course, so don't worry about it. I usually don't ask. If the healer, like, pops in, like, we zone in, I'm the tank, the healer immediately goes, can you pull less? I'm a new. I will say, how about we try pulling like, like I normally do, and if that doesn't work, I'll pull less. I'll take the blame if it goes wrong, and usually they'll say okay, because now I've said I'll take the blame if we wipe. I can take it. I'm so confident that you can do it, that I'll just pull big anyway, even though you say you're not confident. Because if it works, then they feel comfortable doing it in the future. They get some experience. And if it doesn't work, whatever, the tank doesn't mind. But if I zone into a dungeon and there's a big, massive mega pull in front of me, I will just do it, like if that's what I normally do. Like, for example, in Mount Golg, if I'm a warrior, I'll do the ultra mega pull at the start of the dungeon. And how well that goes determines whether I do the ultra mega pull at the end of the dungeon. If the first one didn't go super well, it was kind of shaky, I won't do the second giga pull. If it worked, I'll just do it. If it absolutely didn't work, then I obviously won't do it. The reason why I don't ask is a little confusing, I guess. If you ask the healer for permission to pull big, and the healer says yes, go ahead, you pull big and you wipe, whose fault is it? The healer said yes, so why did you die? You were confident, they said they were confident. Hey Arya, hope you're doing well. But, like, because if you say, okay to the pull big thing as the healer, then do you feel like you've taken accountability or the blame if it goes wrong? Pull like you hate me. But yeah, that's the reason why I just go for it. Hey Luca, hope you're doing well. Like, I just, as I said, I just go for it as a tank, because if we wipe, I'll just say, sorry, I'll pull less. And then the healer might say, no, pull more. Or they'll say, thank you. I'll say nothing. But if I say, can I pull big? And they say yes, and then I pull big and we wipe, then the healer might now be afraid that they're at fault. I will, of course, still say, sorry, I'll pull less. But if it was someone other than me tanking, and they don't know me, or they might not know me, there's also there's a genuine possibility, given how often that has happened to me recently, that I go in, I'm the tank, and and I go, can I pull big? And the person goes, yeah, I know you know what you're doing. You have those insane wall-to-wall pull videos. Just go for it, man. I'm sure you can solo this. But if I was some stranger, and I say, can I pull big? And they say yes, then it means, hypothetically, that it's their fault if it doesn't work. They said yes. So how did we possibly fail? That is obviously not how the world works, but they don't know whether the tank who asked knows that and understands that. So that's why I prefer to use the path of just go for it and then apologize if it doesn't work out. I've had one experience where the healer actually got mad about it. I pulled I think it was Stone Vigil hard. And I pulled like 3 packs. And it was Gunbreaker. And I used Super Bolide 1 second too late, so I died. And then we wiped. And then I said I'll pull less. Incidentally, the healer wasn't super good either. But that's neither here nor there. They were like, yeah, obviously, how would you possibly expect me to heal through all that? And I'm sitting there like, I didn't say this. I just left it at that. Didn't respond further on that. But I was sitting there thinking, last week I did this exact same dungeon. I did this exact pull, and I didn't need to use Super Bolide. So you explain to me how you can't heal this. But that doesn't help anyone. Obviously that healer couldn't do it. So I'll just pull less. A little bit, you call back to what Cole said earlier. It's just a dungeon. Who cares? It'll just take a few more minutes. There's no reason to get that emotional about it, right? Yeah, I guess so, Arya. And I need to rage and then quit, taking the 30-minute penalty. I have seen some people that actually got angry that their dungeon took a few minutes more than they had planned for. I think it's really interesting how sometimes I have groups where we kill the bosses so fast that I'm like, I've never skipped this mechanic before. And other times I have groups where I'm like, I don't have this part of the fight scripted. I don't know what comes next. Like a particularly interesting one is if you're a really strong player and you only play with like other really strong players, like you just have premates, you might not know that the final boss in Lunar Subterrane, when he does the 5 orbs, you know, bing, 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 and the safe spot is the lone one on the side, the second time he casts that spell, like way into the fight, he can choose to go middle and 2 here and 2 here, for example, and then the safe spot is the middle. If you've never seen him do that mechanic again, then you wouldn't know that he could do that. It's the same as Matoya's Relict, where the... Oh. Matoya's Relict, where the first boss, the big mud man, he has a stack marker. But you wouldn't know that if you haven't seen the fight go long. Really funny. And yeah, it is really weird. Fortunately, all you have to do is count how many, count pairs, and then you can just stay in the center. Elvarian says, I recently found out that the first boss of Smileton has a tank buster, because I've never seen that before. I can't remember if I've seen that. I'm sure if I did the fight, I'd be like, oh, right, at this part, yes, indeed, if I had seen it before. I can't remember. Garrett says, along with this conversation, then, as a Sprout DPS, should I be holding cooldowns for bosses, or if the tank is doing wall-to-wall pulls, use it on trash? What you do, Jared, is... once the so basically, actually, I think it's easy to demonstrate it with a recording. Let me see if I can find something that could work. What would be a good one? Sure, this one. This is me tanking a dungeon. I think. Pretty sure. Yep. Nope, that's me as a healer. Let me switch perspectives to a different one. This one. So, not super important what the dungeon is. But just to demonstrate, Jared. The way that a pull in Final Fantasy XIV works is, first of all, in World of Warcraft, we have this concept usually called chain pulling, where like you like gradually like add more mobs into the pack as you go. Like you keep pulling a little bit more and a little bit more, so you keep having like a steady stream of enemies that people can cleave on. We don't do that here. Like at all. We don't do that here. Because of the way burst works and the way that dungeons are paced, you pull... A wall-to-wall pull is obviously pull literally everything. Like, that's the ultimate extreme of it, of course. And then kill it. If you can't pull literally everything, then you pull, 2 packs or 3 packs or however many packs you want, and then you stop. And if the tank is good, then they will be able to indicate to you exactly when that is. So you can see here, I pull this, and then this. 1, 2, 3. And then I just continue. We stop here. Because I've stopped here. There's also a wall behind me. You use cooldowns now. This is when you use cooldowns. Tank, DPS, healer, doesn't matter. You just go... damage, go brrr, and just use everything. Just blast everything. Of course, weave properly. GCD... double weaving, GCD double weaving if you're a melee. If you are a caster and if you can't double weave, consider that. I have talked about all this in my guides. But just full send everything on cooldown. Just blast. If you're a tank, spread out your defensive cooldowns. I talk about this in my guides as well. But like even out. You can also see I do this here. I use TPN, that's one defensive cooldown, and Shadow Wall, that's a different defensive cooldown. Then I don't do anything for a little bit. And there I use TPN again. And then I use Ablation, that's another defensive cooldown. Like, if you're a tank, you space out the defensive cooldowns, that's what we call defensive cooldown cycling. Philippe says, what if between the pulls some ranged trash demolishes your HP? You stop, you keep committing. If you realize while you're pulling that you have to stop, hypothetically, like for the sake of this example, if you realize as you're pulling that you can't continue, then you might have to stop. Usually this isn't a problem, but hypothetically if it was a problem, you would probably have to stop. Because the reason you're getting demolished is because the healer can't keep you up. But this is usually not a problem. But yeah, hypothetically you'd probably stop there. Personally, I would probably keep committing because I have a pretty good understanding of, well, this pull, I can, if I'm a warrior, I'll just heal up when I reach my destination, whatever, I don't care, and just keep going. It depends also on how many cooldowns you need. As Chelsea says, if there's ranged mobs, maybe using a short cooldown could help. It also depends on how long you have to run. Because if you use a short cooldown, that might mean that you're missing that short cooldown when you reach your destination. And Jared says, because most of the AoE is uncapped. Basically, all AoE in Final Fantasy XIV is uncapped. Is there any AoE that is not uncapped? Line of sight ranged mobs? Yeah, if you can. Yeah, for example, Holy Sheltron you could use. Just, consider that if you had planned to use Holy Sheltron when you reach your destination, make sure you have a second one. Or plan around it. Just to finish this one, just to demonstrate a little bit more about how a tank might go about it, because I'm pretty sure I do this second pull differently. So, just a little bit more theory on tanking, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mobs. I'm not going to shoot each one with one hit. So what I do instead is I run up to them, AoE and AoE. If I'm not a Dark Knight, I'll usually stay and do a second circle AoE of some sort to make sure the mobs stay to me. But the key thing I do here is I don't stop fully. I'll pull like this, like if I'm a warrior, like let's see if I can demonstrate over here. Like I'll run up to the pack and do this, and then I'll like be like zigzagging forward to like, I'll probably do it more like this, to like slow myself down without stopping. But because these mobs don't move, or these dummies don't move, it's a little harder to demonstrate. But I'll like actively slow myself down to make sure that I can hit the second time. But I'm not stopping, because if I stop, it indicates to the DPS and the healer that I'm not continuing, and you don't want to do that if you're not done. Like, it's, you know, body language. If you're still moving forward, then they know you're still moving forward. But yeah, in Final Fantasy XIV, Jared, you basically just go for it. To how much you can manage. And that's a really important asterisk there. Depends on how much you can manage. My advice, and I've said this in tanking guides previously, is if you're picking up tanking, it's okay to just pull one pack at a time. That's okay. But you're pulling one pack at a time to build your way up to pulling at least 2 packs. And the reason why I say 2 packs is because most modern dungeons have 2 packs, a wall, and then 2 packs, and then a boss. Like a wall and then a boss. So if you can do that, you can do most dungeons systematically. Some dungeons have 3 packs you can pull, some dungeons don't have a wall, some dungeons have a weird wall, and some, like, there's so much variety, right? But if you can pull at least 2 packs consistently, then you can pull enough that most healers and DPS will not start ninja pulling for you. Like, there's enough that they'll be like, okay, I'll settle for this. Even if they're like speed demons that want to pull everything. They are more likely to settle for that. If you pull 2 packs, like, that's good enough. That's like a healer who attacks, like a healer who really likes to maintain regen on the tank all the time, like a white mage that just insists on having full uptime on the tank with regen. But aside from that, they're attacking all the time. It's like, well, maybe some tanks will get mad about it, but most tanks will just be like, whatever, I'll just play it. Like, it's so little that there's no reason to bring it up. There's probably a reason why the white mage has that regen. It's probably because they feel more comfortable doing that, because they've had bad tanks that need it, and things like that. It's like, it's good enough. But if you can build your way up to pull 3 packs or 4 packs, if it's possible, or just pull everything consistently, reliably, go for it. But don't think that you have to. 2 packs is usually enough. Don't want your white mage to start casting holy. Yeah, exactly. The way that I explain that, Gabriel, is that I usually call it a defensive healer. That is not like derogatory or like a negative to be. It's just they play a little more carefully. I believe both Zip and Aradel, who I often play with, can be considered different varieties of defensive healer. Nothing wrong with it. It actually makes it easier to take, because you don't have to work as hard. Like, you can relax more. You don't have to, but you can. Like, they've got your back already, even without, like, they're covering you, but you don't need it, so you're just safer. And what I mean by defensive healer is like, it's a white mage who's more likely to maintain regen on the tank, just in case. Just in case. It's not a huge DPS loss. It's a pretty small DPS loss. But if it was needed... Exactly, Chelsea. It's better to be safe if you're not sure than to be greedy and wipe. Exactly. So, like, defensive healers is like a white mage that, really, really wants to maintain regen on the tank. Or a scholar who puts Adloquium on the tank every time a tank buster's coming. Like, every time a tank buster's coming, Adloquium's incoming. Just in case. Like in a savage raid, there's a possibility you need that sometimes, but in a dungeon, usually you don't. Like if the tank is using a defensive cooldown, you're good. Sometimes you don't even need one. But a defensive healer will do it anyway, just in case. And it only costs one attack. Like the counter argument is wastefulness, and this is something that I will talk about in my video coming out on Friday, I believe. About mistakes healers make. Is that using a healing spell that you didn't need is technically a mistake, but it's not a big one. Right? It's not a very big mistake. Says, I think Graham was healing me in the 90 roulette earlier. It was like, I've never had this much spare HP as Gunbreaker before. Yeah, just to conclude on that, as I said, nothing wrong with being a defensive healer. It's better to be safe than sorry. The only reason why I highlight this stuff is because if the healer understands that they don't have to do it, they might do it less. So that's like something to think about. That's like something that I've also talked with Sip about in particular, where I've been like, dude, you don't need to use that Loquium on me or something. But it's whatever, right? It's okay. He's really good. And I know that, and he knows that. Positive feedback things? How do you mean, Gabriel? Yeah, something like that. And that's actually, I suppose this is actually a good time to talk about a little bit about that. I previously talked about the way we've talked a little bit about how to we've talked about how to approach giving people advice. And this is something where I've said a really good way to approach it is ask if you can give advice first, because if they say yes, then it's their fault if they then get mad about it. Because you asked. And if they say no, you can just go, oh, okay, and then just not give them advice, and then you dodged a bullet there, I guess. But if they've said yes, then you're already in a good spot. The second step to giving some rando on the internet advice is present what they're already doing as good, and present your advice as better. So, for example, an example I talked a little bit about in my video called A Good Day in Mentor Roulette is I had 2 separate tanks in Bravelock's Longstop that didn't use AoE on the first pack. So I said you would actually do even better if you used your area of effect attack and then just, you know, autocomplete name drop the attack in case they don't have it in English when there's 2 or more targets. And they said, okay. And then they just did that for the rest of the dungeon. They weren't using defensive cooldowns because obviously they were really, really mega sprouts, right? But they weren't mega pulling either. So I was a sage. This was easy mode. They were doing, like, they were pulling to their ability. They were pulling 1 pack at a time. They didn't know how to deal with more than 1 pack at a time. But they were holding aggro on 1 pack at a time. They were doing fine. They were doing well. They had a good experience tanking well with no issues and no fear because they didn't drop low in HP because I kept them safe. I was the good mentor keeping them safe. But I specifically presented it as what you're doing is already fine, but it could be better. then they don't get into a defensive position, because if you open with what you're doing is wrong, do this instead, then they get defensive and feel like they have to protect what they were already doing because they believe that they were doing the right thing. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. Time to make a video queue of your tank videos to find a tank I like the most. You could do that. I have a lot of videos talking about the different tanks and the different healers. Hopefully you can find one you like. Kokuju says, does anyone specifically know why some tanks single target in AoE? Specifically anything for plus? Yeah. Sometimes it's because the specific attack they're using is single target and they can use it anyway. Like, for example, if you see a Gunbreaker use Blasting Zone on AoE, it's because it's free. But if they're literally doing 1, 2, 3 combos, then I'm guessing it's low-level stuff you're thinking of. This actually circles back to another thing we've talked about a bunch on these streams, which is... I've talked a little bit about this, is that the only healer who actually has a good reason to attack, defensively speaking, aside from Cole saying the damage is mitigation, which is true, is Sage, because Sage heals when they attack. White Mage only does damage when they attack. Scholars only do damage when they attack. Astrologians only do damage when they attack. What's their inspiration to attack, aside from killing the things faster? The Sage has a direct incentive to do it because it heals. It doesn't heal as well as just direct healing, of course, but it gives you more value. Yeah, that's actually true, Zav. And you know what's funny with that? The simple fact that Holy has a defensive component actually tricks a lot of White Mage mains into thinking that they're using Holy for the stun and not the damage, which is wrong. Yeah, Lily's lead turn attack, again, really backwards. You're using your healing, which is your main purpose, to build to an attack, which is not your main objective. Again, a Flatus of Misery would make a lot more sense if it had a defensive component. Like, if it also healed. It doesn't need that. It absolutely doesn't need that. But, I'm just saying. And how this relates to what I'm talking about now is to answer Kokuchu's question. A warrior in a level 50 dungeon, actually in a level in a level 26 dungeon, like they're in Hawk Manor, whatever. No, even better. Let's say Sunken Temple of Khan. They have their 1, 2, 3 combo. They have Overpower, and they have Inner Beast. Inner Beast has no defensive value whatsoever. So why would you use it as a tank? Overpower has no defensive value whatsoever, so why would you use it as a tank? Storm's Path heals you, which is defensive value, which is something you would want as a tank, right? Maim leads to Storm's Path and Heavy Swing leads to Maim. So, if I didn't understand as a new player that tanks also have a direct interest in maximizing their damage and not just their defenses, I might conclude that Inner Beast is garbage and Overpower is garbage because they don't do anything defensively, but Storm's Path heals me, and I don't have Raw Intuition yet because I'm level 35. Also, hey Terry, you're doing well? So I would just go 1, 2, 3 combos because it does everything I want. It allows me to keep aggro on the enemies and it heals me, which is good defensively. And it can't be like, if you understand it like that, then it's really, really confusing when you're then told, no, Lamau, you're supposed to just do maximum damage. You're saying, am I not the tank? I thought I was the tank. So I think that's the closest I can come to an answer for you, Kokochu. And here's actually a funny, an interesting fun fact. Inner Beast used to heal you and give you 6 seconds of 20% damage reduction in Stormblood. Thank you for coming, Traverse. Enjoy your day. It used to do damage, heal you massively, and give you a defensive cooldown. Like, it literally, it was like as eyes for tanks. It does your laundry, it walks your dog, it helps you tank, makes your bed, did everything, except Fellcleave did more damage, so people just used that one instead if they could get away with it. Yeah, Kokochu, there, again, the only suggestion I can give is that the tank is more, like, this actually is a good, Jared says, sir, you're highlighting something that I was doing and getting shamed for doing in a dungeon as a super sprout. Ah, well, now you know. Now you know at least. And speaking of which, this is actually a pretty good comparison, because in World of Warcraft, this isn't really a thing now, but there has been times where aggro management was so big of a deal that, and I think it has also been a thing in Final Fantasy XIV, where the tank would mark a target to kill first. The tank would like go in and establish like initial aggro on everything, like one hit for you, one hit for you, one hit for you, and now we kill this guy. Maybe the tank will like over the course of the fight like do a little bit more, like go back to the main target. Exactly, Bundy. Based on what I've seen, that's basically AR gameplay. But if you think you're in this universe, right? Yeah, exactly. Wait for 3 Sunders and all that. If you think you're in that universe, and just to be clear, there have been tanks in World of Warcraft Classic when that re-released, right? Or when that released, that were like, they didn't mark something to kill first. They just ran in targeting something, and if you attacked something else and died for it, they would just be like, just attack my target, idiot. They were usually laughed out of the room, but if you come in with that mindset that the DPS are supposed to just adjust and attack your target, then it's extremely easy to hold 10 targets by doing this. Boom! 10 targets on me, and then we single target for the rest. But it's really hard to justify that if you understand like the rest of how the game works. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Flash, that's also a good one. Terry says, oh, also, I mean, anyone, even a brand newbie thinking that way, as you were describing earlier, you would still use Inner Beast because it costs gauge, and what else? And what else are you spending your gauge on at level 35? Oh, Terry, the logic, that's actually a really interesting thing that I've actually worked on, I brought up in a video I've been working on, not come out yet. Let's assume that your toolkit makes sense and is logical. Then using all of your tools optimally makes sense. Boom, right? That easy. But if you come into the game assuming, like, maybe you come from a different MMO where things are not as logical, like, for example, in World of Warcraft, a Frost Mage might still have Fireball. You have no reason to use Fireball, but you have it. By that logic, you'd also look at Inner Beast and go, why would I do that? That's terrible. And then just ignore it. Like, if you assume that your toolkit doesn't make sense, then you can come to the conclusion that you wouldn't use Inner Beast at all. Because it's bad from your logic, right? from you trying to outsmart the game. But if you assume the game makes sense, then you would use Inner Beast. Lexi says, while on the topic of defensives, what makes people think that TBN is the best defensive cooldown in the game when all it does is boost your damage if the shield breaks? That's not what it does. Hey, go chat. Like, all of my level X to 90 guides include a significant portion dedicated to just level 90. So, like, if you don't want the full story, you can just jump to the level 90 section. But sometimes you learn something new if you watch the whole thing. Sometimes you can even learn something new by watching the 1 to 50 version. What TBN does is that it costs you an attack. It costs you a flood or an edge, but if it breaks, it refunds it. So it's actually kind of the reverse. It's okay, chat. I decided to take your question at that time. It's actually more like it gives you damage reduction, but if it breaks, it doesn't cost anything. And yes, Bondi says it's like it's not exactly 30% mitigation. It's actually a lot more complicated than that. TBN is being a barrier, it is a varied mitigation that happens to have a positive relationship with other defensive cooldowns because increasing your max HP makes defensive cooldowns better. Like, if you take 20% less damage, but also you have 25% more HP, those two things have positive synergy, whereas reducing damage by 20% and 30%, like, isn't as effective. But yeah, if you have a shield that blocks, that is equal to 25% of your HP, right? If you have a shield that blocks 25% of your HP in damage, and incoming is 50%. Actually, let me just let me do it like this. Oops. Then, technically, TBN is a 50% damage reduction effect because it blocked half of this. Which is really, really weird way to look at it, but it's true. If the damage had been 100%, then TBN would still have been a 25% damage reduction effect. And if it was 200% of your HP, then it would have been 12.5%. But then again, you would probably be dead without a lot of other cooldowns as well in that situation. Yeah, it is weird how barriers work like that, but that is kind of how they work. Just to be clear, that doesn't actually, like, understanding this doesn't change anything. It's like, it's just to say that TBN might be stronger than you realize, is what I'm getting at. Bondi, that was actually raw intuition. That was actually raw intuition. It made it so you automatically parried all attacks from the front, but you got crit from all other sides. If you combined it with the cooldown that made you immune to crits, you parried from all sides, I've been told. It's okay, Bondi. I agree, A-chat. I actually think that it would be interesting if there were more defensive cooldowns that interacted with the offensive toolkit of tanks, but I understand why they don't have that. Yeah, I get what you mean, Lexi. The best way you can maybe... I suppose a way you could, like, flip it to be a positive, like that TBN is a lot more amazing than you think, is because, like, similar to how we can flip TBN to be like a damage reduction effect that is way better than it actually is, we can also make TBN appear as healing due to the logic of a penny saved is a penny earned. If you take 50% of your HP in damage, but you had TBN, then you only take 25% of your HP in damage, which means that you didn't lose 25% of your HP. Thus, TBN healed you for 25% of your HP. Technically, it indirectly healed you. So it's not that bad. The problem with TBN is that it is weaker because it also has a shorter cooldown. And Arya, there's not much you can do about that. Sometimes the tank just doesn't trust you. Sometimes they just don't want to trust you. I mean, Chelsea, Doom will not be removed by the logic of a penny earned as a penny saved is a penny earned either, right? Living Dead isn't going to disappear from a penny saved as a penny earned either. Hey, Ajibaster! Hope you're doing well. We are probably about to wrap up as well. And that's also true, Bondi. Like, I'm pretty sure back in Stormblood, we didn't have defensive cooldown tooltips that look like this. Or this. Pretty sure we didn't have that. Like, not that big. And it's actually the only change that TBN has received since its release is that in Stormblood, TBN still cost MP, but when it broke, it gave you 50 blood gauge instead. Then in Shadowbringers, they changed it to what it is now. The only change is that they made it into a refund instead of a blood gauge generator. 400 potency was the highest single value printed on a skill. And that's also true, Cole. You could use TBN to protect you from a dot that you missed, whereas Rampart isn't going to do anything. No, Jared. Alliance raids, just like normal raids and normal and hard trials and most regular dungeons, if not all dungeons, are perfectly doable blind. You don't have to read up on them. You can. You don't have to. Like, I don't think anyone's actually going to be mad at you for not knowing. Sometimes people will get mad about people messing up the ancient flare in Labyrinth of the Ancients or something. But if you just, like, follow the pack and do as people say, like if people ask for something, just do it, then people are not going to get mad at you. One thing I would say about TBN, which is, as you said, a common, someone said that a common problem is that people are too caught up on making sure that TBN breaks, is that unless you're trying to pump like maximum damage, maybe you're trying to meet an enrage or something, or you're just trying to maximize damage, if for any reason you actually need the defensive value of TBN, like you need it for any reason, but TBN is too big and will break. If Darkside is up, this is the buff you get from Edge and Flood, and it's going to stay up, then the defensive value of TBN might be worth more, because if you need this, then it probably means that there's a greater chance. I'm not going to ask how you got into this situation, but if you're in a situation where the healer has to use healing spells on you, then using TBN is going to let them attack one more time. And, well, let's see here. So tanks have a built-in minus 20% damage done just across the board. I'm thinking it's hidden here, but it doesn't really matter where it is. But tanks just do 20% less damage across the board for the same potency and the same stats. That means that comparatively, Edge of Shadow is like 20% weaker, but then you also have Dark Side, so it's 10% stronger. But that means that it's 405 potency, right? It's 405 potency. Oh yeah, I know, Lexi. The reason why I say I don't know is because it doesn't actually say that you do 20% less damage. It doesn't say it. So it could just be something else. It doesn't have to be the trait itself. It doesn't say that you do 20% less damage. It says you take 20% less damage. But compare this to White Mage, who has this trait, making them do 30% more damage. Glare 3 would then be 404 potency. So the power difference between Edge of Shadow and Glare 3 is 1. Assuming the healer and the tank are equal in power, of course. 1. So if your TBN can lead your White Mage to not have to cast Cure 2 once, then you've lost only 1 potency if TBN doesn't happen to break. Rather than, 400 and something. And that's assuming that TBN doesn't save the healer more than 1 cast. So, that is to say, and I also say this in my Dark Knight guide, I'm pretty sure. Once you have Dark Side up, unless you're pumping on damage, for whatever reason, the defensive value of TBN should be valued a lot higher, because it could lead to your healer being able to attack more. Or it could lead to your healer being able to keep you alive better, so you don't die. And stuff. Right? But it's a lot more complicated than all the other tanks where you can just press your defensive cooldown. Because they don't have an investment. They don't lose anything if they use it wrong, aside from the cooldown itself. How does that then compare to Warrior who can simply just benediction themselves every 25 seconds? Well, Dark Knight has slightly better burst in a coordinated raid group than a Warrior does, I guess. They do. That's true, Bundy. That is absolutely true in a coordinated group. Also, Dark Knight has a big blade. Now, I think that we will wrap it up there. If you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people you've seen in the chat, there's a reasonable chance you'll find many of them or most of them in the Discord community server, which there's a link for there. You will also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on the channel this week. You can also find the announcement room where you'll see links to new videos or streams or whatever it is when they're put up. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you will get a notification when I post a new video, or around 15 minutes before a new stream comes out, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it, because that tells YouTube that you enjoyed this particular stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So obviously that helps me a lot, so thank you in advance. Beyond that, if you want to support the channel further than that, there's of course you can buy a membership. You can gift memberships. You can buy super chats, if you've seen other people did earlier today. That is completely free. Not free. It's not free. It's not at all free. Nope. But it's not required. It's entirely optional. It's only if you have the spare change and would like me to have it. But I do appreciate the support. If you don't want to support through YouTube, I also have a Ko-Fi that you can find a link for in the description that you can also support through. With that, I think that's everything. Incredible. We went 2 hours longer than I planned to. Again. Again. But good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.